Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another live stream today. Was fussing around with some settings a little bit earlier, which is, I'm usually like 2 minutes late, it seems. Might try to work on that in future, we'll see. And we're going to jump into Minecraft again, as I've been doing. Somebody was actually asking for it, and usually with me, like if one person asks for something, it's like, oh gosh, okay, sure, we'll do some more of that. And I'm going to do a low latency stream, and we'll see if there is any difference with that, between that and what I was doing before, which was normal latency, which presumably is either a higher quality or just making fewer demands on YouTube's thing. So I don't know, but let's firstly switching my chat around so that I can see live chat rather than just local. And here we are. It's not actually snowing outside, but I do still have a fire going. I've been moving my cameras and things around a little bit because what I'm fixing to be able to do, maybe coming on beginning of next year by the time I get there, is more music recording. And as such, I basically have repurposed one of the cameras to be a drum room cam again. If anybody wants to see that, I can spend a little time during today to hook that up, turn it on, and then I can show you what you would see. It requires a little setting up because when I do the drum room cam, I need to have its microphones turned on, but turned down very, very, very quiet. And then I'm still clipping the mics, but it doesn't necessarily blow up the output. That it has to be able to mix with the sound of what I've got a SWB audio capture coming off of this machine. So when I'm doing mixing type things, I have to switch back and forth between that and the mic, which you can hear me on. And that's how that kind of thing works. But let's take a minute to jump in and see what is up. Although honestly, I should take a moment and check the regular network. What I'll do is first pass the night, as long as it's just me here. We're still doing Snowball Madness. And then I'm going to jump in on the wide area network and see whether they changed that IP address yet. It is supposed to change periodically, but it apparently has not changed yet, so good enough. The connection that I'm making is just a local connection. It gets forwarded through the fiber optic router. And I'm not going out there just like that. Or rather I am, but I'm going to have to immediately do some stuff. Baby zombie attacking me with a spider eye. Go figure. Picking up random junk. And we'll take a minute to do what I technically have already done a little bit of, but I'll show you. I have been away for a little less than a week. So what I wondered was, is anything going on over here? And I immediately see that, yep, people have been building things after I left last week, and we've got things built out of oh, and look, there's a thing. Somebody's built a grinder. Let's go investigate. But yeah, that's quartz, that is. Let's see how it's labeled. I've been labeling my things fairly generously. Oh, ManuQQ built me a thing. See, what happened at the end of last stream is I spent a fair bit of time and golden apples for basically people to just eat, I guess. And lots of science. These are not what mobs would be carrying, so I'm not really quite sure what's going on there. But I'd found a zombie dungeon. Oh, that was startling. Hi. That is a mob dropper that kills them on impact, or at least some of them. So we just got apparently another rotten flesh. I'll point this direction so at least I can see it next time that happens. But I had built an elaborate mob grinder using stuff that I had duplicated using the snowball mod. This, of course, being the version of this that I'm playing that gives me super powerful arrows like that. And to be able to fly around safely and stuff. And I'm calling it post-scarcity Minecraft. Because it's kind of a concept. It's an experiment on how you can play with stuff and what happens to your gameplay when getting things is not even a problem. Let's look at what the top of that looks like. I guess what happens is you fly up here, but on top of this, and if you're up here, stuff starts spawning, except for, yeah, and it would presumably be in this spot or something like it. And if you're up, the way the grinders work is if you're up here, then things can spawn there, but you're too far away from the ground for anything to have spawned down there. And presumably that'll work. So I had built a grinder out of a zombie spawner and was busily making things happen like I wanted to get chainmail stuff. In particular, I wanted a chainmail helmet and chest plate. Oh, hello. We've got a little artwork here, too. Airwindows, okay. A little elaborate. I was thinking that was going to be the person's username. Little did I know. See, sometimes when you do stuff cooperatively, people want to shout you out for the thing, and the idea that they have, well, we'll read it backwards too. Zwondwil, yeah, yay. It changes things when you're in a post-scarcity situation. If it's no longer difficult to get stuff, like to survive with or to have your needs met, people tend to be unsatisfied, so they make up new things to want. And you start wanting, like, attention, for instance, or, you know, like, new things will happen if you can get into a post-scarcity situation. And people don't just stop doing or wanting anything. They start wanting different things because they have the things that they have, so they start taking them for granted. And that's what makes it interesting. And that's why I made this mod. This mod is set up in such a way that by using this mechanic, for instance, if I want more torches, there's a snowball. It's got rotten flesh above it, so I can create a zombie using that. And then I can use these arrows that don't run out to shoot this very tough zombie. And then he drops what he was carrying, which is what I have in my first slot, which is another stack of torches. And that's why it's post-scarcity, is if you can get your hands on anything, you know, up to and including like dragon eggs or shulker boxes, then you can have an infinite quantity of that fairly easily. So the question becomes, what do you do? Well, the last stream, what I did was I made a grinder because there were things I didn't have and therefore couldn't duplicate. That being chainmail helmet and chainmail chest plate. And I can actually show you what the chainmail helmet does by going over here. Should be around here somewhere. Too big to make go away. We've got this mesa area. Oh, I see in that direction. Here we go. And other things like chest plates and helmets can make shapes out of whatever block is over them in your inventory. So what you can do with that is I took a chest plate that happened to be the chainmail chest plate and fired it once with stone brick over it, which made this giant wall. Because that's what the chest plate thing does. Now that's placing a lot of blocks. That's like more than an inventory full of stone brick in a neat circular formation. And then what I did over here was I did another thing. I used a helmet, but it wasn't a chainmail one, which would have been even larger. It was a regular sized one. Regular sized meaning I think it was diamond. It was, oh, that just startled me so much that I switched away. This guy has like fart. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I thought I was going to be able to shoot him, but I was mistaken. I better fix that before I get myself killed talking and trying to do this silly stuff. So you can have all of the infinite whatever you want, but it won't actually help if you have the firework rocket set and you thought you had the arrow set, and that's what happened to the mob grinder. See, one of the things that happens when I play this game is anybody that I'm playing with typically wants to come and hang out. And also, almost always, they want to come and do whatever thing it was that I was planning to do. I guess that is just the nature of how this works. Oh, come to think of it, this has actually created another mob grinder in a sense. And I don't want you getting close to me, sir. Damn. We can go down into here, but there's going to be an infinite amount of mobs there, so I'll just leave again. You'll also notice these empty circles, and what that is when you have, say, a diamond helmet over your snowball and then you don't have anything on top of that, it will use air blocks. And that can be a little bit of a problem for if you're making a mega build and you want it to have this neatly constructed sphere or whatever, or a cylinder, and then somebody randomly shoots another snowball and it's got the air block mega build thing. What's going to happen is they're going to inadvertently chop big holes in whatever it is that you made, which includes chopping big holes literally into the ground. They end up looking more than a little bit like the newer versions of Minecraft and their the way that they make their caves. Oh, that's not even a hole. And I head back over here where we've got some beds set up. That's also something that could easily happen, like literally here at spawn, and that's going to be cumbersome for people. So what happened last time, Chris, yep, people are sending messages right and left. we've got another thing over here that somebody did, which was house for Applejinks made by Lucky Flop. So somebody was building me a house, and then somebody else has placed some blocks over here and or used a type changer snowball to change some of this stone brick into quartz, because we've also got repainter snowballs, and they can use that as a color or any of the stained clay or terracotta or concrete. So we've got a color changer snowball going on as well. Oh, something else over here. And so somebody either made or found some stone brick, that being something that didn't exist. And this is their little base. I see that they have TNT. That's dangerous to leave around. They've got some of the thorns that I left in another place. All of this various stuff. They don't have a lot else. Got some more bricks, and somebody's ready to build a house. And over here, this is actually where my initial base was, and there's a bunch of resources here, but there's also the leftovers of this ginormous sphere of snow, which I did quite early on, and then got rid of some of, but you can still see where it intersects the ground. Now, I do have ways of building that don't do that, but this is a way of building that does make the sphere go all the way around into the ground again. And we seem to have a Noop tower here, or some kind of observe things tower. So let's see what's up at the top of that. One torch. And this is where you can see, I guess, a bunch of this stuff. And we've got something else over here, which is where I was going to make a house. I wonder what where this other base that I was doing is going to be like. That is, maybe it's not as tall as I thought that it was. It looked like that was something sticking way up into the air. I had built this. And this is sort of a little basement place made out of obsidian that looks very durable, but you'll find that it is actually not, because the pickaxe snowballs are able to obliterate all of these things very aggressively, or at least the diamond pickaxe snowballs will just remove whatever is around. And so one thing I've got here is a whole bunch of coal and a random amount of other stuff, including some more hoppers and things like that. It's all basically another diamond pick. Here's my brick maker, which I can also use to, I duplicated lots of these hoppers specifically for the purpose of making a really good furnace. And I made all the ground here out of soul sand. I suppose I could put nether wart in all of this. In one of the streams, I had a newcomer who wandered through here while I watched them from this window. That was amusing. So at the end of the last stream, I had built this elaborate grinder in hopes of getting more in the ways of chain armor to unlock what was not previously possible, which is the ability to make those giant cylinders and spheres. That is not to say that that's necessarily useful, but it made it become possible. And I got the chest plate, and then I did not get the helmet, which would make an enormous titanic sphere, because the person I was playing with at the time came and was going to shoot the zombies along with me, and instead they had a diamond pickaxe over a snowball, and what that did was make everything that I had built vanish. it all just instantly went poof. And that is what the Snowball mod is designed to do. It's not designed to ruin your day, but if you want to make stuff instantly vanish, it will do that. That's how I got rid of some of the giant snow sphere. Let's also see what's going on over here. I had been in the process of building a base here and hadn't actually planned a this is half slabs, so somebody's built half slabs. That's kind of cool. I hadn't planned an obsidian thing, but oh, and also you can't actually walk up this, but I can by doing this. And it looks like we got another base in here. Let's see what this looks like. Going somewhere. See, this is kind of neat because it's like I didn't set out to do this, and it goes through to a giant cavern with lava. Interesting. That's kind of a lot of lava. And this is what you can do with those snowball pickaxes. Like I could even demonstrate that a little bit more. I don't really feel the need to, though. I know what they do. We could turn all of this stone into quartz, or if I'm sick of quartz, I could pick a color of terracotta and repaint everything with that. Also, I see something over there which looks like a little orange light, but I don't know what it is. Now I do. Oh. It is a glimpse of more lava. And this is getting into your natural cave area. It's been exposed by all of the snowball stuff. So yeah, this is the form of Minecraft that we're playing, which is zero scarcity. And we can do all of this stuff, and the question becomes like, okay, well, if we can do all of these things, what shall we do? And it changes the approach to things in a way that I feel might be interesting and useful. Because one of the things that's happened in the world in which we live is further zero scarcity things. Like we have their horse. Are you a super horse or are you a normal horse? I think that's a normal horse. So we are a normal horse that is not amazing. Another snowball thing is if you've got saddles, then you can create horses and their speed is related to how much XP you've got. Since you can have infinite XP in Snowball, that means you can have horses that are so amazing they're basically unusable. They are too fast and too efficient. You can have the ones that jump so high that they hurt themselves when they land, which is always a bit sad. And yeah, all of those things are, and we've got a redstone block. Here's another thing. If I want to have this be path, I have to put a grass block in. So if I didn't have a grass block, that would become a little bit more cumbersome. Although I do have a Silk Touch pick. That's another thing I did not have available until I used the enchanting table to make a Silk Touch magic book. And having made that, I had infinite numbers of them, of course, because it's Snowball. Here's some of the things that we have infinite amounts of. I suppose I could go fishing for a And I've got a question in live chat. Hey. Any of my plugins combine two different sounds, but spectral. I actually don't have any spectral stuff, to be honest. I don't have anything that uses FFT processing. It's probably a bit of a shame. Like, if I did have that, I'd be able to do Airwindows versions of it, and that would probably be doing things like spectral gating. And then if I wanted to soften the effect, I would most definitely be doing that with a dry wet rather than changing the amplitudes of the gates, because then the FFT quality of the sound would be less. Although I might end up with phase issues based on how that was done. Here, swim, be free. I don't think those things are actually going to be useful. If I want cats, I can actually generate those in Snowball as well. I'm going to fuss with my camera a little bit while I'm at it. Just a little bit. Yeah. Like I said, I moved the one that I usually can use to show the fireplace, and that's currently upstairs. So one thing we could do is play with that and take a brief break for playing drums. It'll be a bit for me to figure out what the correct amplitude level is. I wonder if I can dial a purple shulker box more purple. Let's find out. Let's also see if anybody has been using this. Oh, hey dude. He's peaceful. Somebody has. Has anybody been using this up? Not quite. So I'm going to coax you down the stairs here. And the reason is I got to break blocks here. And if I need to do that, then there you go. I don't want to hit you by mistake, because that would be unhappiness in action. This is one thing about the generosity of people. People want to build me little bases, but if they use up my enchanting thingy, they won't know how to refill it. And this is why I made it the size that I did. No apparent difference between the size of the shulkers. I'm imagining that got up. I'm going to have to chase you away from there again, won't I? Oh well. No apparent difference between something and something else. What was I thinking? Yeah. Well, if anybody else has a question, it's an even better way of being distracted. And for now, we're going to take this full shulker box and start placing it using the snowball, and that's how we reload. Except for when Mr. Dude here wants to sit in that corner. I am unsure how I'm going to handle that. I mean, I could zap him. I feel like that would be bad for anybody that went to try to go through the nether, though. If all of these guys decided that they didn't like players, that's always a challenge. So let's not do that right now. Instead, this part is safe enough. And now I can place these remaining ones. Maybe I can coax him back into the nether portal, because his input is not being helpful here. Firstly, though, oh, hang on. That's not what we had there. This is. No, even that isn't. Boy. I guess I know what I had. That is the one that I took out by accident. And this is how we don't just drop down here, but maybe I would like that to be droppable down there, because then Mr. Dude will wander up there, drop back down, and wander off. Or are we hanging out back here? He is very interested in the grinder. I'm glad you enjoy it so much. I was wanting to build another one of these because, like I said, the way this works, this is an elaborate, cool building. It's a device by which people can get up to their XP levels very rapidly. Kind of like this. It's not the fastest one on the server because one of my other players had built an even faster one. But it is quite fast and effective, and anybody showing up with a, hello, mister. What's your deal? Anybody using a pick in the wrong place would be able to obliterate that instantly. And then I would simply have to rebuild it. So, yeah. Kazaroval, this is post-scarcity Minecraft based on 1.12. So one of the things about Minecraft 1.12, oh, hello, we've got somebody with an elytra and a chain chest plate. I've got lots of these things, and again, we can make more. I'm not really quite sure why that is there, but good enough, good enough. So part of what I'm doing is seeing what people do given the facilities that we get here. Because that's part of the deal with Minecraft in general in these earlier versions, is before Microsoft had it, there was not that much to this game. You could do things like kill the Ender Dragon, but we've already done that. You can scoot around in the end, getting elytras and stuff. We've already done that. You ended up getting to where if you were any good at playing the game, you had solved it. Excuse me. And so, you didn't necessarily have anything further to do, and you ended up just making up things to do. Oh, speaking of which, I can think of something to do. I'm going to put armor on all my super amazing horses. That feels like something that's perfectly legitimate to do. Oh, and we can put that back. These are unhelpful. I suppose I could place these though, and one of these I need to put back. I had that in a particular spot. Hey, dude. Oh, he has been doing the thing. If I have it here, you can't open it and take stuff out of it, at which point I can just grab it and reload again. And that's why I have the stack of them. And somebody has made water come out of there. Interesting. There's a water feature. So yeah, we're kind of seeing what happens in this world that's available. You know, it's basically just open. Here's another thing. Here's the thing that I personally did, which was set up all of these with some of your basics, some of the things that you need getting started in this game. Like everybody can have an elytra, you can have fireworks and arrows. Nobody is built with the mossy stone, and we have so much of it now. I wonder, maybe it's just not as... Back in the day, that was a very prized block, and we really liked having it. And there we go. There's lots of the mossy stone. But yeah, it's like... And we've got a sign with nothing written on it. Okay. And I'll place this other one here. I might clear off the hi, Chris. Cool though it is. But I feel like I have received the message, and so I will indicate that I have seen it by clearing it away. And I'll be doing that manually because I don't actually have blocks that are very good at automated cleaning of it. But this is very easy to clear. Another thing in the post-scarcity thing is it is easier to not, as a rule, hurt mobs and stuff like that because you really, you don't need to. Oh, this was going to be a 2-level affair, I guess. So the goal is basically make up something to do. And if you're familiar with what I do as a day job, that being plugin making, that's something which I face in different ways every week. Because I make software where people can, do what they would like using the software, and it is sound modifying software. But one of the interesting things about music, like part of what we're looking at these days, going forward in life with the way that the future is unfolding for us, is we're starting to see more in the way of how the world is formed. We've got things like AI that is accessible to people. Like I can run a version of Facebook's Llama 7dB on my little home computer, that being a Mac Studio, that was specifically got for the purpose of if I needed to do something like that, I'd be able to. And then I can ask that thing questions or tell it, like, write me essays. I have been recently watching videos by one H-Bomber guy who did some striking exposés. That being H-Bomber guy's thing is sort of the exposés. And he has revealed a number of YouTubers and people, and I've just reminded myself I was going to duplicate these, so let's put that here so that I can remember. I don't need that bow. I can put that block down anywhere. And it's given rise to some thoughts on my part. Like, there's a lot to think about. And part of it is like, oh yeah, look at these people who have plagiarized all kinds of stuff. And he correctly points out that in using AI to do things, you're essentially plagiarizing human existence, is more or less how that works out. Like, people have sucked all of humans' postings and writings and stuff. Look, a little pond that doesn't actually complete itself properly. People have sucked humans' language into a little, however many gigabyte conglomeration. Oh, well, Adam, the thing about it is this is open. If you want to come and play on this, you can. This is Snowball. Oh, this has been made a little more fancy. Interesting. I don't remember doing this, so somebody must have. And so I'm seeing what people do with it, essentially. One of the options always being ruin everything. That is always a possibility. Let's put some of this stuff away. So you can say, how can making AIs actually count as stealing, because we're not verbatim copying? And H. Bomber Guy's thing that he made, his video, is all about a number of people who are copying or taking credit, which is kindred to other videos that he's made. He did one about Tommy Tallarico, who is a sound engineer and promotional guy who ended up taking credit for many things, because that's one of the humans got a human. That's one of the things that people will often do. There's a lot of people who will just want to, take stuff so that they can have it. You have somebody, what shocks people about a Tommy Tallarico is that it seems as if he has all of this stuff and is wealthy and popular and successful, and yet he is unsatisfied. He wants more. Sir, please don't keep hitting me. That's a lot of zombies all spawned out of nowhere. Anybody would think that somebody was randomly spawning zombies on me. Oh. Well, I didn't get killed by that, so we'll respawn and we'll start over. I guess that it still triggers the ability for zombies to appear. I do have a setting in here, in the mod, saying that these guys don't summon reinforcements, but I suppose it doesn't always work. That, or I've got some nefarious person logged into my server spawning zombies on me. That's probably not what it is. But it is the internet, so you never know. I will say I'm a little fed up with these golden apples as a foodstuff, because it starts covering your view with all of this mess. And now I have made an enormous quantity of iron horse armor. I checked earlier to see if you could enchant it, and sadly you cannot, which is very frustrating. I would really like to have enchanted horses. That would be great. Oh, here's Mr. Dude again. We'll just double check. I know that I cannot attach more stuff, and I'm pretty sure I can't enchant these directly. We'll find out. Nope. Off limits. Nor can I use a book to do it, so we're kind of out of luck that way. So do I have, I don't know, beefsteak kicking around? I got a little bit of it, which means I have all I want. So I will do that. I will replace the golden apple with beefsteak, and that way I'll be able to eat food and it won't have all these swirly things everywhere. It'll make it a little bit more difficult for me to survive mishaps, but that is another thing with Snowball. Hey, 100-Yard. Perhaps a Bostonian. Because if you're from Boston, that's how you'd say, like, in say football, which I'm not sure if there's the 100 yards in football, but yeah, we went down to the Boston Garden and watched the Patriots do 100 yards. So let's start putting armor on some of these guys. Maybe I can just put it on. Nope. But close. They are cool looking when you do that. So we're going to put awesome armor on all of the awesome horses. Very cool. That's another way we can tell what they are. One thing I could do is like ride them all out, or actually I could just bust down this entire, I could just make space in here, and then all the horses would be able to get out. And it would be interesting because we'd have these random mobs kicking around. They'd be extremely fast and capable, and they would be tame. Players can use them. I kind of like that idea. Because that's another thing. It's like the post-scarcity stuff is I could make other horses, including horses this fast, as easily as the easiest of easy things. Like, this is not a trick. It's a matter of having a saddle, which you can get by having any piece of leather. Getting the iron horse armor is not as easy, but then, yeah, I'm absolutely going to let these guys out. They will wander away to the point where they will not be, but I'm going to put armor on all of them first. It can be this first batch. You've got armor. You've got armor. You've got armor. Looks marvelous on you. You do not, but now you do. We're going to put armor on all of these horses, and once we've successfully done that, we let them all free. You're missing armor, but not for long. Any of you not got armor? This is also why I'm sad that I can't enchant the armor, because it would make them look cooler. And then the thing that I'm still lacking is there is such a thing as diamond horse armor. I don't have any of that, and so I can't infinitely duplicate that. We haven't got to the iron horse armor yet, so that could be a goal for anybody else who's playing on this as well. You are not wrong. We could indeed use pants and boots to create figures. I have not done that. The horses are beginning to escape. We'll see how long it takes him. Because we're going to clear away this entire structure. We're also going to see whether they want to just cuddle up and knock me off of the wall. That's another possibility. And that will also leave me with stacks upon stacks of this nether brick material. And I can build a house or something out of that. Because I built the initial thing using the chest plate for a cylinder. Not a chain cylinder or even a diamond one. At least I don't think it was a diamond one. I think it was a gold one that I used. But what it did was it made... See, here's another analogy. One of the things I'm going to be doing in these, because part of it is much like I always say this, Ben Jordan started making videos for a similar reason. It'll be even more effective for me because I'm doing a live streaming, and so I'm spending like 8 hours. I'm just doing it by the hour rather than to accomplish any particular task. And Ben was doing his video making because he didn't talk in his day-to-day life, and I experienced that as well. So if I want to be able to do things like songs that have words, and in the last year or so I've worked out how to do that in a way that I didn't know before. Namely, I write music and then I'll take a guitar on either the neck or the bridge pickup and come up with melodies that work. And if I play a melody on the guitar that's in notes that I can sing, I can then turn that typically to words rather than trying to do words which end up having they end up making bad melodies because I write stuff as if it was poetry. And you can't really do good song lyrics with the tumty-tumty-tumty kind of poetry style words. It doesn't really work out very well. You can. People have. But I've not been satisfied with that. I've been a lot happier with the stuff I was able to make when I was creating the music part of the singing first, because it's really more about making a vocalization. If you watch documentaries about music, and you've ever seen the Metallica making of the Black Album, you get a little picture of that, a cool thing that not everybody knows about. Anybody who's watched this knows it, about James Hetfield's songwriting, is that he writes his lyrics wordlessly at first. And they sort of go na 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 yeah, na 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 yeah, na 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 yeah, and only puts words in afterwards. And what that does is that locks in what that vocalization is supposed to sound like, which is important. That's important for lyrics. It's important for songs. Because the thing about a song is it's not so much about ideas, but it can lock in a feeling in musical terms. And as such, a vocalization counts as a feeling in musical terms. It's not just a set of words. It's also the tone of voice, the way that you express yourself. And that's why it matters, for instance, if I'm doing this, whether or not I'm using the whether or not I'm using the neck pickup or the bridge pickup for making a melody that's going to be turned into a song. If I use the neck pickup, that's more of a croony kind of thing. If I sing low notes, those are notes that I can hit that way. However, if I use the bridge pickup, that's a brighter, sharper sound. I thought I had dropped a lot more spare pieces of nether brick. Didn't drop as many as I thought. Hey, horsies. The horsies are escaping. I can ride them off to various places and then fly back. Some of them might stick around because this is, after all, where the hay is. And all of the sounds that I did over the last year were essentially done that way. They were done by writing the music first, and then coming up with melodies to go on them, and then figuring out what I could sing that went along with the feeling of those musical phrases. And it was a lot easier to do when I just played stuff. I could, of course, use synthesizers or something as well. Each way of doing it differently would call for different kinds of vocals, and that's interesting. Like, I definitely found that playing melodies on the bridge pickup made me come up with stuff that was more like belted loud vocals, versus on the neck pickup, stuff was a lot softer and sung in a different kind of way. The way that you pluck the string, all of that kind of stuff. Because since I am such a bad singer and talker that I have to actually do live streams to get practice to do it. Although, funnily enough, I'm a fairly good actor and voice actor. I can express emotions more easily manipulating a string than I can by just going, I'm going to sing with my mouth now, and then make something up. If I try to make something up by just singing it, I'm going to be stifled and frustrated and really much more kind of at a loss, whereas I might be able to express a particular feeling more easily with, betting notes on a string and so on. And I see something in chat. What do I think of Acoustica audio plugins? Acoustica is completely opposite from what I do in terms of making software, and also very cool. There's Zaphod at, I think Acoustica also counts as Nebula, if I'm not mistaken. And Zaphod is one of the few people who ever helped me start getting going in VSTs. Because my challenge with doing anything new is this. I have always been a amateur self-taught computer programmer, beginning with AppleSoft Basic on an Apple II. And so I got off to the wrong start, and then I didn't go to college for it or anything like that. And so basically what people do for programming is usually over my head. I don't really know how a lot of that stuff is done, and some of it I don't think is actually good. There's a reason why, running Chrome to do web browsing and doing nothing or typing a single letter into the search bar in Chrome takes as much energy as running a 3D video game. It's because the way that stuff is done is terrible, and it's all having to do with how programmers handle programming languages and the way that they do and think about software. And it is a considerable problem, one that I typically don't share because I don't make stuff that way. And one weird side effect is it's like pulling teeth to teach me how to do stuff in programming. Most of it, I do not understand how that stuff works as a rule. And so it's not easy with the teaching Chris how to do a thing, and I don't necessarily pick up when there is ways of doing stuff. The usual way of learning stuff by reading about how it's done doesn't always work for me because I don't have the basics. And if I ask for help, often I feel in the field of software plugins for music and so on, people don't want to help you. They're competing with you. they're trying to sell their things, and as a rule, they're not excited about the idea of like, oh, hey, help me do a thing where I can do plugins better than yours. They don't want to. And so I rarely, and this even applies to like the platform makers. There's a reason I'm not doing VST3. Part of it is that they have, in the past, taken action to try to take away people's permission to make VST2s because they want the VST3s to exist so that they can remove the existence of VST2s and eventually stop people from being able to use the hello. Hello, hello, hello. That's better. Now I can place this. The saddle box. And this all has to do with not so much a post-scarcity thing, but the very scarcity mindset of like existing under capitalism and a very much not scarcity condition where it's zero sum and somebody must lose if somebody else is going to win. You can't do the snowball madness thing of like, oh, here, if we've got one of those things, we'll just fire up some zombies, slay them with this infinite arrow shooter, and then everybody has infinite quantities of everything. You know, you can't necessarily do that in real life, the way we operate real life. And so I would typically never find anybody who is in the least interested in communicating to me, and I'm difficult to communicate with on this basis because I'm not very clever about some of this stuff, how these things are made. And Zaphod is an exception. Zaphod from Acoustica was there actively helping to explain to me how things were done. Back when me and my brother, who for a time there was also willing to help me, we were trying to figure this stuff out, and Zaphod offered useful help and is in some small part to thank for the fact that you've got Airwindows VSTs at all. So yay Zaphod, man. And since he's associated with Acoustica, yay Acoustica. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Apple will do things like that. Although, oddly enough, Apple is interesting. Hey, Lucas, in that way, because they themselves are like a post scarcity thing in a way. Like, they treat the software as a method to sell the hardware. And they do, in fact, sell the software that they make. But they, similarly to Google has also been like this, although it's hard to tell how much that has persisted. Some of these Silicon Valley folks are so good at what they do that they behave as if like, oh, the world is free and we're already in that Star Trek universe because we live in, our little campus here. And so they start behaving as if everybody else also qualifies for being in the post-scarcity world, and some of their decisions are not based on the scarcity model of needing to harm people in order to get what's yours. And Google in particular used to be doing this more before they realized that they were still in a competitive capitalist model against other companies. Hey, Steve H. Yep, I always have. During January, when I was processing the end of a romantic relationship, I spent a bunch of time playing a much newer version of this game and just spent a bunch of time derping around doing this. What I've done, like here with this, is essentially set up to, let me see now, I'm figuring out what I'm doing. I think one of the things I will want to do is make chests so that I can stash more of this stuff. So that's pretty straightforward, but I am going to want to chop down a tree of some kind in order to do that, because I've got all of the things and I don't have any wood on hand. Yeah, I enjoy macOS enormously, but then I've been using it for ages. Back in the day, I started off on a Performa 575, ran a 68040 chip. It's pre-PowerPC, much less Intel. I still have it in my basement, although it does not run. Yep, that computer. At least I think if I remember correctly, I do. Let's throw down another double chest. I'm all figuring out how to do this. Might as well do it around this area. That's emptied my inventory out a bit. We can make another portal here if we want. It'll just bring us to the existing ones, though. Got some doors and things, quartz. And now we're going to make some more of this grass block because I need to place it. And I don't think I can place it using Snowball, although maybe I can. Let's find out whether it is so infinite that I can just place it this way. That'll be quicker. Signs point to yes. It's just a little bit more cumbersome. Don't even need to grind for it. We'll just zoop them in. There we go. That is pleasing. It's even less trouble than I expected. Though if you dig down, you might encounter that another brick stuff. Don't play in there, your iron will get all rusty. You know, it's possible that there is something like that. I'm not sure. See, Apple often doesn't like you messing with the performance and behavior of their stuff. So sometimes these convenient things are mysteriously difficult on macOS, and it's because Apple didn't want somebody doing the thing differently from how they have prescribed it is to be done. That's normal. It's more of the walled garden thinking, which is another interesting question around scarcity and how we do stuff. That if you can have anything that you like, then one constraint can be, well, I only want it to act a certain way. And that can be the constraint. It's going to be interesting to look into this once I'm done and find out whether the stream quality is worse than usual. I've not noticed that much in the way of other YouTubers that do streams on YouTube looking completely terrible when they're not doing when they're doing a low latency so that it's possible to respond to them. Because I feel like that's fairly normal, and I've been the exceptional one in trying to do one that's not a low latency stream. And there we are. So that's handy. Now let's do something with the, what's a good way of busting hay block? Shovels? Nope. Axes? Let's find out. I got nothing better to do today, but eat over here to where I've got some of those things. And I'm pretty sure I have a hoe kicking around somewhere. Oh, I also wanted to experiment with an X. We've got more kinds of picks for if I want to dig down or make caves or something like that. And I can always make one, which is what's going to happen. Checks to see if there's one in here. Nope. Ah, but we got some nether brick fence, and so I can move that to where the other nether brick stuff is. Speaking of which, anything else like that? Not really. Oh, I could decorate with dragon eggs, though. That could be fun. Gonna want to leave a assortment of various things kicking around. Oh, or indeed raw netherrack also as a building material? Could be a thing. One thing about that is that I can make fires on it, so that's an additional twist. Unlike the nether brick, I can make permanent forever fires using the netherrack. Not any faster. Yep. Looks like all of these things are basically the same. I suppose a shears might be a possibility. And I think I even have one. So let's see. Shears the hay. Definitely not. No matter. Substral processing. I'm not sure if I've ever heard of substral processing. Oh, I could do 3 little pigs' houses. I could build one out of straw and one out of bricks. I do have a goodly amount of straw here. Oh, look, and we've got some dark oak wood, so we can do more of that, a little more decorating like that. A little bit of white wool, a whole bunch of things, really. Some of which are not especially useful. Now I can go into the other thing. Actually, all of these building blocks can go into the other thing, because this is mostly full of other kinds of stuff. So we'll leave it full of the other kinds of stuff. And move this stuff over here. Again, there's parallels to all of this nonsense in, hey, whole stack coming up. Sepstrum. That's interesting because I do not know what that is at all. And let's have some more stacks of hay blocks. I'm going to have to look that up at some point. Reversible things are always interesting to me. We can do stuff with them. While I'm at it, I'm going to do a little lawn mowing. She didn't know I could do that. That is one of the things that this particular kind of snowball can do, although I would also be shearing all the leaves off of those trees. So, beware. And doing it this way also means that you do not get drops. Oh, interesting. We've got a little place here. I could fill this in. Using some dirt blocks and or grass blocks. And then maybe flatten this down a little bit and I'll have a big, wide lawn area. Let's give that a shot. Yeah, Luca, I confess I do not know what you mean by getting all the pitches and quantizing all the phases of their harmonics, but that's fine. Like, the thing about how I approach DSP is I don't necessarily know things in the same way that other people know them, so there's plenty of stuff where I won't necessarily get it. And there's stuff that other people don't know that I'm able to work around, which is how I'm trying to get sounds that aren't as easily accessible to, other companies. let's do a couple of things quickly. One of them is going to be, excuse me. One of them is going to be sleeping. Another is going to be putting this diamond shovel in this slot and then grinding a couple of zombies so that I can have a better quality diamond shovel. Oh, no, I do not mind. Go ahead and throw words. Words will help you be understood, and it also helps YouTube think that my stream is good. So all of these things have their uses. I had a lot of speculation going on earlier. Just a moment. I have a log to throw on the fire. At this stage, half of it's a literal charcoal fire. I'll get the roam cam back eventually. The deal with the roam cam is, like I said, I moved it up so that it can be a drone room cam, which means I haven't replaced it yet. And I can technically, especially if I look into used, I can get a respectable wide-scale cam, and I've had enough lenses that that's not going to be a problem. Oh, look, we've dropped another, that's not a very good quality, so we'll try again. They're never very good quality, but they're better than the one I'm using as a model. And I'm thinking that's going to be enough. Doesn't have to become perfect. They're all better than this one. Heck, that's almost perfect. We got there. Getting rid of blurring sounds. No, that's actually the base game. The combining things in a crafting table or indeed in your inventory is the base game as far back as version 1.12, which is what this is. You can't do magical things without doing an anvil, though. But for non-magical things, even if they're diamonds, you can craft them together just like that. Got a particular thing in mind here. We're just going to go straight through here and flatten everything. Everything. in such a way that the grass grows back more quickly. It'll take this part a little longer. Oh. And we're making a big flat area that I'm going to put some kind of house in. That's one of the ways that people express luxury. It's not only in terms of giant constructions, you can also express luxury in terms of giant spaces. Now, when you say console within an amount control, I'm interested in what you mean by that. Because the thing is, it's not so much about having a amount control. It's a particular process that we apply. And if you mean like a dry wet where you can have only as much of the console effect happening, that's an interesting question. Here's another interesting question. Can we drop this down neatly like this? Diamond shovel should only remove dirt. Diamond shovel removed all the dirt. Okay, so we're going to be grinding a little more dirt to put this back. I didn't expect for that to happen. Sure worked though. Yep, that's a hole. That's a big hole. Okay, so back to the slow method of doing this. I didn't expect that. Goodness no. That's not what I thought was going to happen. While I'm at it, let me grab some grass box more slowly. You know, I've got a bunch of plugins that do things like that internally. I have fairly often, like ADT. My ADT is doing things like summing stuff using console internally. It's an additional level upon what's already there. Like if you're using it inside console already, and I'm going to have to take down those stone bricks a little bit. That's enough. Not only that, how about we do this a little bit faster still? I feel certain that I have an enchant in here that would help. Long as I'm doing this and all. Okay, not these. There's some efficiency 3. We still got one of these left once I've done this. Yes, we do. I'm just going to use that directly. I can always make more. Boop. Now I can dig a little faster. It didn't even take very much XP wise. You know, I don't know off the top of my head. Oh god, yeah, that's much faster. Arguably too fast. Except for whoever heard of that. Whoever heard of such a thing as too fast. Yeah, so I have been known to use console internally in plugins, yes. You know, this is a sort of meditative thing. Many people enjoy doing things like this in Minecraft, where it's just like, oh, here's my stacks upon stacks of this, and we're just going to try to place blocks for a while. Or like remove a mountaintop block by block, that kind of thing. Let's make sure we have enough stacks. Oh, no, technically, what I could do is see how many I get. Some things lend themselves to an extreme effect more than others. Like, you most certainly don't always want that more extreme effect. Some kinds of things are intrinsically better suited to existing in the realm of subtlety. You know, not everybody naturally thinks in terms of subtlety. The reason I'm doing this way is because I can get the dirt to fill in faster if there's bits of grass block around. Does Pro Tools handle the way your Mac handles audios? You know, I'm not sure, since I don't own or use Pro Tools. I know a fair bit about how the Mac handles audio. It doesn't mean that I know much about Pro Tools, though. If I think of anything that I do know about it, I'll let you know. We didn't need efficiency 5 for this. It's already more than enough. And we're going to end up with floating stuff. These horses are going to scare people, which is not bad. I think that's fine. They're going to scare me even. I'm going to jump scare, horse jump scare. The horse jump scare is your friend. Oh, also the larger flat space will help with riding these guys around. That's going to be a definite positive. I might even continue it. I might even make a little horse racetrack people can use. That could be fun. Oh, 1 minute warning, anybody who is still dealing with ads. I do not know which things install new audio drivers. A lot of the stuff that I use doesn't. For instance, what I'm using to send digital audio to my converter is an extremely cheap optical converter, because with a good DA converter, it doesn't matter very much whether it's sending a jittery signal, because it's going to reclock it. There we go, doing a little better. Mrityunjay Thwari, hello. I like how people who have not seen this before will continually be surprised by little details that just don't add up to the way they understand Minecraft to be, like these horses. Ooh, ASL for all. That's one advantage of the Mac way of doing things. Well, looks like I have enough dirt stacks now. Everything has to deal with core audio. Although I will note that there are still hang-ups, and I'll tell you one of them right now. I am a fan of Motu, which I think is the same company as M-Audio. Motu on Macs is like RME on PCs. It's a pretty reliable system. It works well. That said, I'm running a 16A, and although I'm quite happy with how it's working, it's not that it's absolutely perfect. There are times when if I turn on the 16A, which I'll do if I need to do multi-tracking or mixdowns or whatever, I need that on there because the Reaper is designed to record using it. Or if I go back into the studio and start doing new music, I'll be turning on that 16A. It's actually a old Thunderbolt 16A, so I have to run it through a converter just to connect it to the Mac Studio because that's on USB-C. And what happens is, oh, hi there. Oh, do you want to go for a ride? Oh, sorry about that. I can smooth everything out over to here. That gives you a couple of seconds of ride. What monitors do I have? I will tell you the whole shebang. Depends upon what you mean. Yeah, so Motu is typically as rock solid as RME on PCs. That said, there are times when I'm shutting down the computer after having used the 16A and turned it on, and it's connected through USB-C to a USB to Thunderbolt converter. And sometimes, hey menu, sometimes the computer restarts itself and was like, oh, we restarted because of a problem, and then it's fine. But that does indicate that there is an issue with some part of that software somewhere. It's not shutting down correctly. And this is not that big of a problem that I can't cope with it. I'm just saying there's no immunity from things necessarily. Oh, menu. So the speakers that I'm using, including what you're hearing this through, because you're monitoring only the microphone. It's my best way of being able to make this be loud enough. is not trying to run the computer audio. These speakers are modified Yamaha NS10s. Oh, no, don't worry about that. I actually have some connection to India myself, slightly, and I'll tell you how. I have an Uncle Peter, Uncle Peter Deal, and grew up with this guy. He married my dad's sister and is a Indian man and a sort of wild business entrepreneur, and very, very Indian dude, this guy. And card shark. And he would even card shark with like his nephews. Oh, well, I'm actually doing something right now, but hang on. And also, it's getting on towards sleeping time. Let me check that again. Minus 264 and 364, eh? Well, I can get to 364. But I can't get to minus 264 that way. What are we doing? We're flying through the air. I'm completely screwed up. Look at me. Minus 264 and plus there, that ought to do it. That ought to get into the idea. What are my opinions about India? Firstly, what are we looking at? Oh. Cool. Will do. Thank you. If you don't know how to do the special placement of those, then those zombies are going to beat that in. Oh, look at that. Cool. Hey, menu replaced the thing. And what have we got? We got any of the stuff I was thinking about yet? Lovely, lovely. Very cool. I'm going to snag one of these clocks that you have. Okay. Yeah, this keyboard is a DOS keyboard. Keyboard Tiger. Or Mac Tiger. Yeah. India is going through some challenges with its conservative government. Some of that's very America-like, honestly. and is going to be a big deal going forwards. It is expanding into, like, India is probably already more of a superpower than Russia. And it's very interesting to keep track of. I'm a little familiar with things like Bollywood and so on, but not terribly familiar. But oh, I cannot. You can't use the rocket snowballs down here. I speak nothing but English. Although, interestingly, in school I learned German, but it's not enough to actually speak it. I forgot it again. And I was taught French at one point. I certainly don't speak that either. Oh, cool. Hey. I got a secret passageway. This is a fine time to sleep and pass the night. Cool beans. Cool beans. Now I'm going to resume this stuff. Oh, God. Now we got a mess. None of you guys. Not so worried about the spiders. And the Enderman can take care of itself. And I'm going to continue the thing I was doing over here. Yep. Some of that stuff, it's fun to see that sort of thing. It's very interesting to me the way that kind of stuff works. That if you make a place where people can play and do whatever they want, it's like, in order to get people to do what you want, one of the most effective ways of doing it is to be like, here, go ahead and do anything that you want. And people are like, oh, wow, that's so cool. Tell me what you want. And if the thing that you want is to be sitting there placing blocks in a game, then replacing the need to do that doesn't count as what you want anymore. So I'm going to return to the little project that I had here, because that's how I'm going to spend some time before making another cup of coffee and continuing to talk about things like post-scarcity and all of that. It is a fascinating question, like the kinds of stuff that can happen. And it's been my experience with Minecraft a lot. And it's almost like it's also a lesson in authority figures. That being the person that is owning or paying for the server, the nice thing about this is, especially since I don't have a 4-pay static IP for it, this is only costing me the amount of electricity it takes to run a laptop in my basement. Oh. Alrighty, well, I'll see you later, Mrityunjay. I'll see you later, Mrityunjay. One of the things that I like is that plugins, although they can have controls labeled in a language, and that's a concern, like sound making can be languageless. If I was to design plugins and I didn't use words but emojis for labeling them, somehow manage to pull that off, then I could make like non-language bound plugins. Just use geometric figures or something for them. Excuse me. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Or that. What are we doing? If I don't hit the right spot on these, I start pathing them instead. Yeah, I mean, the thing is I'm doing like original AU and VST2 formats. And so I do not think that that's accessible, sadly. But the idea of it I like. I want my stuff to be radically accessible, including to people who cannot afford new computers and new OSs. That's really important to me. That's why I do the stuff that I do the way that I do it. But also being able to do stuff where, like, you might as well just use it and you don't necessarily have to have the language spelled out for how to use it. I like the idea of that. ASCII art would literally absolutely work. Like if I just had, instead of a roundness control, I just put O's. Be like, see, like that. Or sharpness control, I put V. It would be using the letters. Oh, I'm making something else, and all the horses are wandering around. Because, of course, I didn't kill them. That would be terrible. So the horses are now free. And if I want to make more and have them be here, I can either go and find them or I can make some more. I'm almost tempted to do things like make, there have been a number of times when I've seriously considered the idea, and, it's possible that I will try that in something coming up. I hadn't really thought of it, but, I can take any of these plugins. Well, I don't know if I could say any of these plugins. With some of this stuff, I have the ability to make the VST not show numbers. And that's an interesting thought. I am not sure how useful that suggestion is because I don't think I have the ability to make the generic AUs not show numbers. But I think I have the ability to make the VST not show numbers. It would just have the slider, and the slider would just be there. Figure it out for yourself kind of thing. Oh, yeah, I can't fix that in Ableton 12. Ableton 12 has to be able to display generic plugins. And if it's a VST oriented, it has to be able to do VST 2.4 plugins. Failing that, it's over to somebody else who's willing to do that stuff. Or it's over to Bacon Paul to do the clap plugin and set it up to also spit out VST3s. Because I'm pretty sure if I GPL it all, I can legally do VST3s that way without signing any agreements. And that's what I would require. I'm not willing to sign further agreements with any clauses in them that could mean that I'd legally not be allowed to do 2.4 anymore. I need to be able to do 2.4 for older machines. There's a lot of them out there. And it is not okay to take away people's ability to use the old gear that they've got. It's wasteful and it ain't right. Okay, here we are, big flat area. Getting flatter all the time. Here's one of our horses. It's two of the horses. Here's a whole bunch of the horses. Very good. Now, while I'm at it, let's harvest all of this sand and then fill in this space. And start filling in. Probably don't need to pick all of the sand up. I'm just trying to get some of it. And it's getting dark again. Hello. I see you switched away from the snowball in the process of doing the thing. Let's see. Okay, that stuff is still there, so it's good. If I was to do a multi-band thing of some kind, it would most certainly be one of those ones that people are really excited about. Oh, just a glass bottle, huh? Must have already, they were in the middle of drinking health potions. So let's see. Oh, by the way, anybody who is going to be subject to that 1 minute warning, some kind of ad. Let's return to massive sand mongering. Because it's kind of fun zipping around picking up sand like that, even when it's not at all necessary. Which it's not. You know what? That's going to be enough, I think. Hello. There we go. See, this is going to be more horse race area. I just felt like harvesting some of that sand while I was at it. Leaving more of it underneath. Go ahead and build a boat racetrack. It's a Minecraft server. There's space. Absolutely. That sounds awesome. Yep. Do you know where the ice spikes biome is? If you don't, I can go and get it for you. But that sounds completely awesome. Let's have ice. Let's have racing tracks. Horse race track would be fun too. It's a little more complicated than the boats because you want to also try to not hurt the horses while doing it. Especially since these are such super fast horses that can actually be challenging. But yeah, making some racetracks, that sounds awesome. Let's do that. Wheel and pedal support for Minecraft. I have racing wheels and pedals. I have them to work with an old PlayStation that I've got with an old version of Gran Turismo. That being one of the games I have traditionally enjoyed. Let's see, how do we get out of here? Ah. Help, help. There we go, that's better. You know, I could have emptied this out much easier than that. Oh well. I can take water away with buckets. I just chose not to. What's happening there? Oh, there we go. Something about this is submerging in water a lot. BlueCat is another example of cool people in programming who have done helpful things. There was a time when some of the BlueCat stuff wasn't working with all of the Airwindows options perfectly, and so the guy from Guillaume, the guy from BlueCat, basically asked what I was doing, that not all of the plugins were being labeled properly, found out how audio units label things correctly, and went through and fixed everything to make it work better with the stuff that I was choosing to do in the Airwindows plugins, which also means that the Blue Cat stuff follows the audio unit spec better for everybody, not just for my stuff. That is a cool thing. Hey, Mel. In pressure 4 all afternoon? Yeah, I had somebody asking me about compressors on Reddit earlier. And there we are. Time to expand this flatness somehow. Oh, the poor thing. You got one of those horses that can't jump. An Airwindows granular plugin is distinct possibility. That is the kind of thing that can happen, and I'll tell you why. To do it properly, what you really want to do is run an audio buffer and then grab, the grains are simply echoes that are being shaped in a particular way. It's nothing more than a matter of turning on and on echoes and having them move around. I've already got stuff like Melt is kind of like a granular plugin. Airwindows Melt is a little bit like a granular plugin. So this is, the of the possible. These are things of the possible. In fact, I've even got a plan for something inspired by the ambient masterwork everywhere at the end of time. That's going to be a no and a no. There's not going to be a Pultec. There's not going to be Helios this Christmas. Oh, and there is going to be dark because it is going to be nighttime. And I'm going to throw another log on the fire. Here we go, and let me there we go as well. It is 11:12 in the morning. Maybe this is about time for me to grab another cup of coffee. Let's do that thing. There's our analog passage of time meter. Back in a bit. With a coffee grinder. I've got another kind of coffee today, which is a Colombian kind, but it's not as dark roast and it's much harder to grind. Mel, note that as far as EQs are concerned, a lot of my work recently has been along those lines, and the new versions of console all have channel EQs built into them. Yeah, Luca, you could go out somewhere and make an Elytra race course using like diamond and gold pickaxes and just nuking the terrain to make big holes to fly through. That would be, oh God. Okay guys, I gotta start over. My coffee grinder fell on the ground, so I have a little cleanup to do. This is gonna take me longer than expected. I don't have a cam today for the room, which is just as well because I don't want to show you the spill. Now we're almost done coffee making too. See, this is why I need to drink coffee, is because I'll screw stuff up. But I have my handy Fuller brush dustpan and dustbuster. And it's dry coffee grounds, so there's that. See, this is what you get for drinking the Colombian, which is the less dark of a roast and is that much harder to grind. Is the bottom fell off because I have to put so much force into the grinder. Right. So this was my cup of coffee. We're not making coffee out of that. It's too yucky. And I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you as soon as I'm done with whatever this is. It also all got over my pants. This time, instead of grinding it in front of here where you can see it, I'm just going to have it set on the counter so that it doesn't come apart and dump coffee everywhere. That's how it's going to be. I got back from spilling coffee on myself and all of that cleanup and all of that stuff. It's funny how you're doing a stream and you wind up revealing all about yourself and how you handle various things, whether it be the way that the mob grinder got suddenly and instantly destroyed and then replaced because MenuQQ has located another mob grinder and built the thing out of it. And how you react when you dump your stuff all over yourself. Because I would not have done that in a regular video. It would be edited right out. You got another thing, which was to experiment with what happens when I have the metal coffee making bits on the stove warming up, which is something that I do. Because I had to clean everything up and regrind, I ended up with the coffee making metal parts for the espresso thingy warming up on the stovetop way more than usual. And I think what happened, sir? No. Attack me with an egg, will you? Ha. And as a result of that, got more trouble over here. As a result of that, now I know what the espresso tastes like when I've heated that part up a lot. And especially very early on, early in the pull, the espresso thingy, it's way more like the kind I buy, which is interesting. It's like, oh, I see. Also, do we have... I've got stuff on me now, which I shouldn't. These are not mine. I think somebody crashed next to me or something. Because I've already got my stuff. Oh, or is this yours? Is that yours? We've got our flying stuff. Well, I don't know where I came from. It wasn't mine. Oh, and let me switch away from that right away. Yeah, it does my heart good to see people playing with the horses. That's why I made them. I will hope that they survive, but, uh-oh. What was that? I saw something happen over here. Not quite sure. Yep, this should stay here. Not be used needlessly. Let's go in quest of some. I am pretty sure I can find it. I feel like I remember a direction where it was. I think if we start at spawn and head up north, we'll get to where some packed ice is. It seems like a fine idea to me, so sounds like a plan. Let's all go and get some packed ice. Yeah, I feel like we could go north for it. We got some deep ocean. So I can't tell what I'm doing or where I am, but I can look at the biome. And if the biome says something useful, that's all I'm going to need to know. Cold beaches, ice mountains, ice plains. There we go. There we go. It didn't take long at all. Cold taiga. Okay, so back towards where it said ice in the biome. Ice plains. Very good. Ice mountains, cold beach. Ice plain spikes. Got there. This what you were talking about? I think I'd better do a little big game hunting on this guy. Oh, he just dropped a fish. So another question is, how much of this do we want to take? Do we want to leave any of it as like a heritage site and so that other people can have it? Because technically we only need to take one block and then we can dupe all the rest. That'll do. Yeah, you don't need to harvest more than a tiny little bit. Ooh, look at that. So those are some pretty spikes. We're not going to be taking any pretty spikes. Yeah, don't worry about rebuilding it so much as just there's never going to be a reason to harvest everything that we find here. We can just grab a block or two, like I'm going to grab these blocks. That kind of shows where I've been, but that's 12 blocks. It's not even a spike, it's just a sort of little area. 13, 14. And that gives me 16 blocks. I don't think the boats have brakes. Why would boats have brakes? And then it's time to head south, back to spawn. Or back to this vicinity anyhow. I feel like there might be something cool over here too. What's the edge of this ocean look like? Oh, I love it. It's a bay. That's cool. Build something here. Yeah, it's great. We even have a little snow island over here with some ice, but not the packed ice. Yeah. Awesome. I'm going to stash bits of packed ice in various places so we don't lose it. Remembering, of course, anything that we build can be accidentally nuked by a mistake. it can all go foof very easily. But doesn't have to. You can try to avoid it to the best of your ability. That espresso was delicious. Oh, I'm not going to be nuking anything unless I have some terrible mistakes, and I'm pretty good about avoiding those. Like my Airwindows experience has trained me to be methodical about things, and so I tend to not do the wrong thing or make derps too easily. I tend to be pretty good about that. So I ain't nuking nothing. Airwindows Filter FM. No, and I'll tell you why. I don't have sample by sample inputs. It's only buffer inputs. Ooh, chasm. When I say buffer inputs, what I mean is that information only gets to come in each new time the controls are pulled at the rate of our, let's see, I do not have a bed on me, so probably time to head south to spawn. Yeah, it's about 900 or so. Yeah, Airwindows Vibrato did FM because it was using two different controls that were both inside Airwindows Vibrato. I can't bring in a separate sound. That said, if I manage to master getting there. That was the last. If I run across examples that show me how to do side chains, and by that I mean both side chains on a traditional AU and side chains on VST 2.4, which might be more challenging, then we could do something like that. Until that point, that's not going to be a thing. So if anybody has access to examples of how one does sidechain inputs in both of those contexts, that's what we would need. I started using quartz blocks, and all of a sudden everybody's doing it. Again, that's why it's funny to me, is that since that's one of the color change blocks, I could turn them all back to stone quite easily, or any of the terracotta or concrete colors. But we have not yet, and so this base still remains largely quartz based. Oh, for sir, not appreciating your input, you can stop doing that right now. And you, what do you think you're doing in here? These mobs, geez, who do they think they are? Oh, hey, I got fishes. We'll cook some fishes. But first things first. Clear out the old inventory just a bit. Manually. You would build a curving road by hand, that's more or less how you do it. Depending upon how you're building a road, it's not as hard as you'd think. Like if you're building a road with path, place the blocks. I don't know. I'd have to see what you were doing, honestly. Bored now. Going to do this. So that I can have my full stack here. That's true. You will have to place that way. I don't have anything that can place individual blocks unless you just fire them using them as a replacement. Let's see how that works. Yeah, you can snowball in a replacement block. It's just going to be a little cumbersome that way. I now have an extra block. I do not have a way of placing discs. Although if they were half slabs, you kind of would. But only kind of. The only answer to that is as well as you can. There's no real cheat to it. It's just kind of a thing. Before we had Snowball to like do spheres and cylinders and things, it was always just like, okay, learn the shape, figure out how to make it. It's kind of like hand lettering or drawing pictures. That's the idea. That ends up being kind of what you got to do. And it'll be as pretty as you make it. Do your best. If you need it to be perfectly even, then keep working at it until it's even. Now let's move some of this stuff over into the fancy pants blocks. That counting is kind of fancy. Got some lovely new elytras up in here too. I'm going to clear out the grass blocks. Those don't count as fancy as I thought they were. Put those in there, and then I'm going to find somewhere around spawn to put them. Again, in case that place gets nuked. Oh, and maybe I should put some in my ender chest. The ender chest is the one thing that cannot possibly get nuked from you, because it's stored on the player rather than in the world. So now I have permanent access to a stack of ice blocks anytime I can get access to a ender chest again. And we've got those kicking around, and if they were all destroyed, we could make more. So that's a bit of good planning for the future. No railing? Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's head back towards spawn and find places to put some of this. Let's have a stack in here and a stack in the other one. There we go. And let's not put any in here so they can all be relatively predictable. It's been harvested a bit, but not all that much. But just for laughs, I'll put a couple in there. And I'm going to stash some over here where I was building before. Just happen to have some of that tucked away. Oh, and let's clear the nether brick and obsidian out of there. Consolidate it somewhere. Oh, ink sacks as well, meaning we could get some more black glass. There's some black glass. There's some more. Cool beans. I'm seeing a vision of something that could be done. Oh, the non-amazing horse. Hi. Look at my non-amazing horse. My horse is not amazing. I'll fill in this at some point too. Menu, I do not. You dressing up with them? If I wasn't interested in the actual protective qualities of these things, I would do likewise. No, that would be a good thing to acquire if you can find one somewhere, like off of a mob. Oh, and I can't pick that up because I have too many things on me. Well, we've got enough room. We've got enough room on the server for it because there's no real limit to how far you can go. And you're the one that went really far away for the purpose of, what are we doing? Oh God, I need to put some of this stuff away before I can start with that. I'm literally going to need to make more chests. If you can run your own server that's 112, you can. It has to be like a spigot. The sound affecting the filter frequency, by the way, is something that the original low pass and high pass plugins would do. I had that like in 2008. And it worked in a particular way. And since it wasn't a very steep filter, low pass and high pass, you didn't really notice it so much, but it changed the tone to some extent. Yeah, go and look into those again. The color affecting stuff is filter frequency modulating on its input signal. I'm not sure if I ever tried filter frequency modulating on the output signal. That might be also interesting. Now, let's see. Dump some more of this stuff in here. Can't dump any more of that because there's no room. But if I grab a couple of these things, there will be. I'm looking forward to seeing what you've done with it. Well, that's kind of, I mean, isn't that half the fun? Why would you have a boat? I'm wondering if you can have hyperfast with like a 2-block distance between ice and vertical ice. And that would mean ice 2 blocks over you. Uh-huh. That's why we just got some blue ice. Just trying to figure out what we need to come over to here. Yep. I think packed ice is the kind you'd want to use, yes. Yeah, intersperse it with soul sand, then you got breaks. It's not like we don't have soul sand. I got a house with the floor made out of soul sand. What, soul sand? No, don't melt. And normal ice might or might not melt under normal circumstances. I'm not entirely sure. I couldn't tell you. Well, I know packed ice doesn't, so maybe that implies that regular ice does, unless you're in a climate that will support it. Trying to figure out what I'm doing, which is mostly clearing everything out until this is the edge of the field. That's what I'm thinking. It doesn't matter that it is not a very coherent plan, because this is Minecraft, and so it's not about having coherent plans. This is to clear my brain so that my coherent plans can be plugin oriented and sound oriented, and maybe like post-scarcity or politics or who knows what else oriented. Because that stuff, like the recent, it's really interesting what recent stuff that's been going on. Like the H-Bomber guy video. He's a pretty well-known fellow, I suppose. Thing is, that recent work of his highlighted a bunch of stuff about plagiarism. I had already heard of the name Illuminati because this kid that I watch, Visander Hall, I'm not sure if he'd appreciate me calling him a kid, but compared to me, he totally is, has frequently had like drama battles with this young lady, and has found her to be not a particularly good person. And I think that he makes a pretty good case for, yeah, there's problems there. It's not great. But little did we know that it would extend as far as it has, that there's so much objectionable going on there. I thought it was just like, yeah, he's just mad at her, rather than, wow, this is really troublesome. I wonder if you heard that noisy truck or other kind of vehicle. Really quite a noisy truck. Let's start using this. Oh yeah, well, I mean, the landscape I'm doing is a lot of work too. He says making light work of it. I mean, it's kind of a lot of work and then kind of not at all. Just rotate with the super efficiency shovel and you're good. Then we come down a little bit for here. Continue this way. Getting on towards bedtime, Minecraft wise. It's getting on towards noon as well, and real world wise, so I think I'm going to make another cup of coffee and grind it more carefully this time. So, I am sleeping. Now it is day. And let's see whether I can do this again, but more properly this time. Once I'm done with that, I'm going to throw another put the log on the fire. run back. Hi there. I did a little extra thing while I was out, but more on that in a bit. Hi. I'm going to hop off this. Okay, well, I'll catch you later. I figure I'm going to be doing this on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Let's see how that goes. Minus 280.10. I think I would like to see. Let's go see. Sort of in this general vicinity. Or in this general direction. Oh. Well, before I go, we're clearly not done with placing all of these dirt blocks. So let's do that and then go. Here we are. Oh, I slid off the track and fell down. Guess it's going to be boat track. Yep, so you got to think in terms of making corners up, and it is heading right over to the village. Okay. And into the actual water where the boat belongs. Oh. I dug a little bit of the water up. Let's see if I can get down the actual track. And over to the ground. Okay, so didn't quite manage it, but also, if we don't have enough beds here, I'm using one. The Nordschleife. You're just going to have to make it big enough. But it does indeed prove to be a thing. Made it right through to the end. And I can roll around on the ground. Almost. Well, hang on a second. I need to put this boat away. Well, you need to practice designing a course. That's the thing. It's a little bit too much like the Nordschleife. It is too narrow and the corners are too sharp, and there's nothing really to stop you. You can put other things on there. So you got course design to do. It's as simple as that. Minus 318, 380, huh? Okay, easy enough to get there. 380. You just found this, or did you make it? Very nice, alrighty. Here we have a spider spawner. You are more than welcome to make something with that, absolutely. And let's see. Whether there's any. Sir. Squeeze me. I just want to get over to this other one. Dude. Okay, I owe you a debt of gratitude. I'm getting the hell out of here. And everybody gets diamond horse armor now. Thank you. I did not know that was there. Whee! That is super cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Menu QQ. I'm beating feet back to base after eating a little bit. And I'm going to dupe some diamond horse armor and put it where we can get it. And actually, let me dupe one right now and give you it. Alrighty. There you go. One of our boutique things. Acquired. So now everybody has diamond horse armor if they want it. That should help the horses in when we make super horses that are amazing, a little too amazing. They end up getting attacked by stuff. And they'll be prettier as well, which is kind of like what my existing horses are. What's that? Oh, there we are. Over to here, and then over to here. 3 new spawners. Yeah. Now, the spiders aren't really going to give us useful things, but I guess it depends. Like, if you want to sit around shooting spiders, that works. Alrighty, now we got a whole bunch of diamond horse armor tucked away in here, and more coming. So let's see, first of all, while I'm not doing this, let's dump some of this stuff. Good, we're using it correctly. And throw some, oh, one of them was on a chicken. I heard the chicken crow. Yep, and I'm going to stash bits of diamond horse armor around places where people can get them, notably at spawn. We'll just have a little bit of everything cool. This is not dissimilar to what I do with the open source software. It's like, oh wow, I made a cool thing. How can I give everybody it? And I like being that way. And I like it being that way. So I'm just stashing a couple of things here and there. Because that is really the other reason I'm doing it the way that I'm doing it in this way is knowing how Snowball works, knowing that we could have a newbie show up at any point who doesn't know how to do things and like spams a bunch of diamond pick snowballs around, and all of a sudden a bunch of things disappear, including chests. So diversifying, having things in multiple places can be handy. And that also becomes part of the game. It becomes part of the game trying to design how to do various things in such a way as to absorb issues that might come up. Coal block. I was thinking about coal block things in terms of the dark building materials I have all the way over here. And I thought about maybe building a really dark building, dark place. There's our single coal block that's darker even than the nether rack, or the nether stuff. That said, we should put the hay bales out for the horses, but that's another story. We've got our horses, which are amazing, truly amazing. And here's this different color of dirt in this little pond, which is a fine place to be building or making something. Let's put some of this stuff back. Oh, can't place that, can we? And passing the night. Man, that's good espresso. It's gone already. And let's see. you can kind of see how the color changes. So I'm going to make this flat space be this color, and then it starts to get curvier when we get into these foresty areas, which can expand out a little over this way, I think. Let's do that. See, if I do this properly, then the horses have a place to play, and we have a place to race the horses sort of up and down the meadow really fast without hurting them. They are too fast for normal environments and tend to go flying off cliffs and things. And that's a bit sad, so we're not going to do that. As long as we have the ability to play some of these things in a nice way. Even if it is only a temporary thing. And then the trees and stuff start over here. I can fill this in. It's 6 p.m. where you're at? So let's start here. Do a little ultra digging with this. That's going to be the sound of a sheep eating. I hear you. The funny thing is, when I started doing this streaming, I found that I was a little less tired and disheartened on a general basic level. And there's a number of reasons for that, I think. And one of them is that it's part of my way of just spending time with people. And if I don't do any of that, I wind up feeling it. So it's sort of the dark secret of the YouTube or Twitch streamer, I think, is that it takes some of the engaging with other people, although it's not really the same thing as touching grass in real life. All the same, it plays a sort of role. Maybe it's the willingness of it. Oh, we got a bunch of stone underneath here. That's going to require a little attention. Needs to be dirt. Be like AstroTurf. You'll hurt your foot. You'll hurt yourself. But catch you later. I should be here until like 5, so it's about 4.5 more hours or so of derping around for me. That ought to do. Oh, have we filled all of our inventory up? Surely not. Yeah, no, we have not filled all of our inventory out. My dinner happens later. If at all. No, seriously, it happens later. Funny thing is, this is base game. Ah, in Europe. Very good, very good. Bye-bye. Catch you later. Ah, yeah, Luca in chat talking about sleep. Yeah, it's interesting how that started. We fall back onto being. It's like I read a poem by somebody a while back. I'm trying to think of more about how that is, but either a poem or an essay. I think it is by this woman who wrote about this stuff and was writing about aging, which of course I am, and learning to treat herself like she was a well cared for animal in the care of, herself as a person. Like, oh, the animal feels kind of grumpy and sore today. Its neck hurts or whatever. And I find that sort of thing very relatable. And it's not entirely, but it is partly because of being a furry and all. Like, yeah, I can relate to this super well. But we fall back on that so much. And that is part of the whole reality of us existing in the world. We behave like we're these rational creatures, and yet we're these, we're pretty cute animals as far as like puppies and kittens and humans can go. Like, we're very pretty, we're very capable, we can run long distances. We are made out of nice shapes and forms. But the trick about that is learning to have respect for that factor, even when it becomes like somebody in one of the things I was reading recently was talking about how contemptuous they were of Elon Musk. And they were saying, it's absurd, look at it. This man has everything, and yet he is so grumpy and cranky and wanting attention. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. He's no better than any of us. It's just another one of these, cute human-shaped animals running around. If he's sad, it's because something happened to him when he was young or for whatever reason. And he doesn't have anything better to go by. Like, he doesn't have anything else. Theoretically, possessing all of this stuff doesn't give him any of the, possessing all of that stuff isn't going to give him a hug. Okay? And we so easily forget that limitation of the fact of like, okay, we can have all of this stuff, we can seemingly be so powerful and important and all of that, and yet we still, need a hug or have a tummy ache or whatever. And it really gives rise to a degree of sympathy over some of this stuff because, we can't get away from these realities. Let me move this entire section over. Instead, we'll have a bed there. Yeah, I see. This is not something we get to opt out of. We're stuck dealing with these human factors regardless. So is everybody else in the same boat with us. You can be uncomfortable about it. That's fine. But you don't get to opt out. This can be a very tragic thing, but also sort of strangely heartwarming. Like if you're an unhappy enough animal, and I've spent plenty of time being that kind of unhappy animal, where there is no patience and no sympathy for any of these things, well, then you're going to be kind of bitey, But learning to have a degree of sympathy, can be handy. Oh yeah, Luca, I am that kid too. Yeah, what am I doing? So one of the things that's interesting about this that I'm doing even now with all this silly Minecraft stuff, because the technology of this, because I'm doing it using, and I think I know what I'm going to do here too. I'm totally going to do a horse racetrack that comes right up to around here. But and having said that, now I forgot what else I was going to say, but that's okay. Probably had something to do with picking up these things. I mean, one of my big deals was learning that I wasn't necessarily dependent upon dopamine at all. Like, as nice as it was to feel okay, feeling okay wasn't an absolute requirement. Like, I could handle getting by without it if there was a good reason to. That also, that steps towards the philosophy of Stoicism. And Stoicism is interesting in its own right. Three cheers for Stoicism. Fireworks, woohoo! But Stoicism is interesting in its own right, in that, and there's a lot of confusion about it as well. In that people find it a very appealing philosophy, but it's not necessarily as well understood as far as, hello, piece of stone there. In fact, it's quite easily misunderstood. Because an intrinsic factor of what Stoicism even is has to do with purpose. It's like if you've read the Robert Pirsig book, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, there's good stuff to be had there. And a key factor in what Stoicism can mean is the pursuit of what Pirsig was calling quality, and the Greeks called arete. It's the idea that you can decide things that are worth things that are worth having, things that are worth being. Those can have independent merit. They can be a thing in their own right. And they are good things in their own right. See, when people treat Stoicism as this is how you become super tough and badass, they're really kind of missing the point. I'd spent some time on the Reddit Stoicism subreddit. Kind of gave up on it, for one, because there was that Reddit strike thing that didn't actually end up accomplishing. It didn't do anything, but it was still worth doing at the time. And the Stoicism subreddit wasn't interested, which is a bit of a failing on their part as far as not understanding their own philosophy. So I was less than thrilled by that, and felt grumpy and didn't want to deal with it any longer. But the point being, it's never about like, oh, be badass in order to be badass, and then just kind of be it. It's like, well, no, what do you want to do? What do you want to accomplish with what you're able to be? Things serve a purpose. It's possible to do and be and go places and do things and have it serve a purpose rather than just kind of meaninglessly being there. And what that purpose is, not necessarily the most super obvious thing. It's like, it's okay if stuff is a little confusing sometimes, where you don't know, oh, let's not do that. You don't know what's good, but what's good is the key question in Stoicism. And it is legitimate to be like, okay, part of being good is caring for the animal that is me, that I'm running around inside. And it makes sense to be loving towards this creature because it's the only one I've got. And that's how that's going to go. Like, I don't get to un-be this creature. I wonder if I can... Nope, I can't just dump stuff that way. That doesn't work. So yeah, when I saw people talking about Elon Musk and being like, dude, so disgusting. He has so much and seems to appreciate so little. It's like, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. He's just another person running around in an ape suit like the rest of us. And if you have higher expectations because you think because of having accumulated stuff, or like what Bo of the Fifth Column calls power coupons, if you think that matters so much that he should be held to a higher standard, you're missing a point. Another point that can be derived from that is, what's this guy doing with all these power coupons that there's no reason to respect? Like, he can't be better than all the rest of us just by having accumulated this stuff. So what's he doing? What's he doing with all this? How does that even work? And I think that's a fair question. It's not necessarily one that we have a great answer for. But it makes me think of, some of the other stuff that I've been paying attention to, like all of this, oh God, I'm carrying so much dirt. Well, let's go and fill in some areas. Maybe not right over here. And get ready to scoot over to the other end of this place. We'll make a horse racetrack around the outside edge of this, in which if the horses fall off, they'll be slowed down because they'll go downhill and into a tree. And that would never do. Here's a fine place to put a bunch of dirt. So everybody's watching this H-Bomber Guy video, which, to be fair, well worth doing. Anytime H-Bomber Guy comes out with a video, it's probably worth seeing. He's doing well in his own way by his thing of finding people to be outraged by and making amusing videos on the subject. That's a way to earn a living. And it's all about these various, like, YouTubers and stuff. And it begins to look very much like it's almost an iron law that somebody is going to make huge amounts of money through stealing crap from other people, whether it be content. If somebody has the capacity to, say, design a computer that can take artwork and use what they call AI, which of course is machine learning systems, to kind of recombinate and reconstruct existing artwork in different, perhaps unfamiliar ways. And that is not, like, when we talk about AI and we talk about the care and feeding of the animal that is the human that is you, understand that this is, like, it's not that unreasonable to think that AI can begin to show us results like what we associate with being human. That's not so unthinkable because we're not that fancy. We're complicated bits of chemicals and electricity running around, doing the best we can. Our basic reactions are very animal. Any furry can tell you that. And we're attractive, appealing animals. We're cute. We're awesome. We're some of the cleverest animals out there. It's very worth being. But that also means that we are not so exceptional that computers grabbing up the sum total of all of our cleverness and sort of recombining it isn't doing something so different from what we already are. Like, when people make the strong claim for AI and like, oh, we're going to resynthesize all of this kind of stuff and humans are going to be replaced by AI, that's not that unreasonable of a suggestion. It's more of a question of how and to what end. And what happens. Because the one thing that AI typically doesn't have, which is often very observable, is it doesn't want anything. It's not an animal. AI is potentially a very chill thing. It has the experience to be recombined of humans, but that doesn't mean that it has the drives, the wishes. It's not human. So in some ways, that could be a path towards a creature that has some of the experience of human and is able to be, like Data in Star Trek, not dominated by our drives, our needs, our emotions and feelings and wishes and hungers. That's not entirely a bad thing. We might one day end up depending upon AI-like creations to have a level head for us at times when we can't have a level head for ourselves. Manny, I'm doing a meaningless thing right now, so I'm not as interested in cool or interesting things, but make a note of that. Write it down. I'm assuming that there's going to be something. I've seen a lot of Minecraft stuff, so I'm figuring there's going to be something, no doubt, there. And the question is what? Another question is, do I need to fill in this hole to prevent horses from falling down it, seeing as we're going to have horses running around here? Fair enough. So loot the chests and see if there's a chain helmet. If there's a chain helmet, bring it to me so that I can duplicate it. Otherwise, no problem. And if you're finding new spawners, then by all means, you're free to loot them yourself. Yeah. Give me a second if you really want. If you really, really want, there's no special reason I shouldn't. Alrighty. Now where even am I and how far is this? Okay, I got over here. Oh, there's a horse. That is amazing. Alrighty. Still got a lot of stuff to place, but that's fine. 3 and -1033. So all I got to do is go to -1000. Let's give that a try. Funk. Okay. Is this the same one or is this a new one? We got our build of making things tall. Heading in. I'm betting it's going to be another spawner. That is indeed another spawner. Let's not... Alrighty, I can come up this way. You know, one thing I might do on these Tuesday and Thursday streams is this is probably a perfectly fine time for me to audition people's music, as long as it's not like copyright strike style. And there's probably a fair bit that's not copyright strike style, so nothing wrong with that. It would just have to be uploaded somewhere. If it's not, careful that you don't take away your ability to climb up. The track is 19 minutes long. I'd probably skip around. I am already thinking in terms of doing probably not live streams, but I should start doing React stuff. I have been listening a lot to YouTube videos by Charismatic Voice. I've been really enjoying her style. She's a vocalist that reacts to music stuff. And let's see now. So did you loot the chest yet? I can help with some of these guys. Probably don't need to. You got it under control. Okay, torch that up. Torch that up. Since you are running the risk, you get to do the... Got him? You loot it. Did you find anything cool? Yeah, fair enough. I'm going to watch your back and find that one block. Got him. So I'm gonna head back. Probably be a little bit less mobs down there to bother you if somebody else is not in the same place. Yeah, the thing is, Charismatic Voice responding to... Her ear is really good. Like, her ear is really good. Specifically with regard to vocals. This woman did a react, not a first-time react, because she had, of course, heard it before, but she did a react of... She did a react of Rock Lobster and was able to make the noises that, like, Kate Pearson and, oh God, I don't remember her name. The females in the B-52s, she was able to make some of those noises, which is quite a thing. That's not an easy task. In bed. Yep, doing it. So that was cool. That she knew her stuff and was able to correctly make the sounds of the B-52s is a heck of a thing. Oh, very good. Ah, very good, very good. Enchanted books are cool. There was a very cute one where she was reacting to the guy from the band The Darkness, who has his own YouTube channel and is an amusing fellow in his own right. And she just enjoyed his stuff so much that he got bashful because he did a react back. But one thing that she's constantly doing is she is continually like stopping the playback of typically the videos and things that she's using. And she just constantly is stopping it and going back and re-listening to it over and over again. And half the time it's not because she's doing a thing of, I've never heard this before, because that's not true. But her enthusiasm is contagious. She really likes music and seems to get such delight out of it. Part of which is, it's partly a put on and some of it might be legit. You always kind of get into your thing. So half the time it's like, okay, so let it be my thing I'm getting into, and then it's fine. It's not fake if it's basically me. Also, a funny thing that I've noticed is that when she's critically listening to stuff, her eyes do the same thing mine does. Where if she's critically listening to a thing, and has many thoughts about it, her eyes will blink and flicker faster than humans should be able to do that. And of course I do that. If I'm critically listening to something, you will know that because my eyes will do that freaky thing. Excuse me. Let's do a little lawn mowing. So we're making a horsey racetrack, and it's going to go over here. To the edge of this little pond. And that's fine. Why do I hear a baby zum-zum? It's underground? I bet it's underground. Well, you, sir, can stay underground. So we got to make a horse racetrack. Once I'm finished, I'll get going with a snowball. Pretty sure it's the hoe that we use. And we'll have a path to race on. Until that time, we'll be filling in a flat track to be on and just making large amounts of space, roughly the same height. So we can put trees around the inside of it as well, because there's such a thing as tree snowballs. So a horse racetrack is very much doable. And that might be a thoroughly fun thing. All the more because, like, boats are sort of machines, but horses are mobs. Horses are like video game entities that do their own thing and so on, like this one. Hi there. We've got name tags, so we can start naming them. They don't have to be named Applejacks's horse or anybody's horse. We can give them distinct names, any amount of them that we want. We've got the XP, we've got the name tags, we've got all of the things. All until somebody comes in and derps or griefs. But that won't necessarily happen. It's a possibility, but it won't necessarily happen. Because the thing is, what we're doing today is this. Oh, and roughly 1 minute warning, anybody who's dealing with ads. Yeah, Lucas Ipo, I have been known to hear glitch music before. It's not like I never heard a say Autechre. My concern with Autechre is never about the music. It's more about the fact that that style of music needs to be done with like raw DAW audio. Spent a fair bit of time listening to, say, Patricia Taxon. You don't get much more legit than Patricia Taxon's hyperpop or glitch music. It's some seriously well-constructed stuff. Oops. Okay, so area to not fall off. Very good, very good. Oh, menu. You're the James Turner of Airwindows live streams. That being a Minecraft streamer that I know about because he's part of the LoadingReadyRun crew and is noted for falling from great heights. Oops. Put that back there, and time enough for me to head over to where I can sleep. we have got all of those things: the gold ingot, the golden apple, diamond horse armor, enchanted book of respiration. Got all of that stuff. The enchanted books are something that I was making manually. I was enchanting books on purpose to get that, and I'm pretty sure we've got one of those. In fact, I've got respiration 3 on my own helmet right now, which is also to say, good eye. That is a good thing to have. Around here, maybe over a bridge. That might be cool. Menu, no, I'm not going to come this time. I came the last couple of times. This time I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing. You're finding them so quickly, I'm wondering whether you're looking them up. You've got the seed, yes? Nothing so wrong with that. I've done that myself, but that makes it even less likely that it'd be worth coming and checking out. Because we can always just like figure out what the seed is and then look up where the spawners are, and that becomes a solved problem. Right now, I'm thinking more in terms of, let's see now. Yeah, I figured it out. I mean, I had to build the map with this particular seed because this is the one that matches the game I was playing around 2012. So I had to know the seed because I made this be this version of the game and this seed on purpose. That's how we have the particular lineup of stuff that we've got. It's a very specific seed. That's also why we know that we've got the ice spikes there, and then we've got the mesa biome, and we can get the terracotta and stuff. Oh, well, in that case, it'll have to be my little secret then. That said, if you don't know the seed, either you've got some kind of client that lets you see these things, or you're hunting very, very hard. I'm not quite sure how you're managing to find as many spawners as you're finding, but you're finding them at a very rapid rate. And if that pleases you, then rock on. Sounds like a fine thing to be doing. I just think that this is also a fine thing to be doing. Oh. Oh, fair enough. So you can see spawners on a mini-map. There you go. If it is increasing your pleasure in playing on the Snowball server, then rock on. Because that's the thing, you're not really going to be able to stop people from having stuff. Anybody could log on to here, given that they go to my Patreon and see what the address is. And once they've done that, you have already found all that we need. So don't fret yourself about that. By all means, do that if you want. But there's no, you found the first piece of diamond horse armor. I consider that to be paid in full, because we can use diamond horse armor, and now everybody can have it. So yep. I'm using up all of my dirt blocks doing this, which is what I'm supposed to be doing, certainly. But it's going so well that I'm almost out. My inventory will be clean for more shovel work momentarily. When it is available, then by all means listen to some Patricia Taxton's really good stuff. It's interesting, like one of the things Patricia is doing is something that I've also seen friends of Adam Neely do, which is explore very human vocal styles. Let me throw another log on my firewall in a minute. Like we have the ability to do artificially corrected vocal styles. And of course that's very normal and common. We can do pitch corrected vocal styles or all manner of modifications to them. But what people are starting to do in response to that is like intentionally wonky, goofy vocal styles. And Adam Neely's friends have a tendency of, some of them anyway, I am not sure exactly how I describe that, but Patricia's vocal styles are like intentionally doing specifically autistic vocals. That is not a slur that I'm saying. That's the stated intent, pretty much. It's like on purpose, the effort is to do it in this way and correctly establish this feeling to nail this particular vibe. And it's gone over well with their listeners, that's for sure. It took me a little while to get used to it, and even I managed to get used to it. And I'm more of a rock vocalist. It's not necessarily my primary jam. Yeah, I've got some luck at the sea. And I think that that's very interesting as far as a plan moving forwards in the world of AI replacing us all. The moving forward plan is figure out how to make human art that is tangibly human art. My feeling on that is not so much that I want to learn to sing wonky vocals, although I'm quite interested in the prospect of, since I can't really sing very well, I try to do it and I don't hit the notes right. And one possibility, a time-honored way of dealing with this, is double tracking. And I could probably do human-style vocals in such a way that if I double track, it'll come out sounding about right. I've already done this pretty successfully with drumming. Not always successfully, but when I finally make the thing into a song, it usually works. Where if you listen to the drum tracks all by themselves, you can tell that they are wrong, that I am not playing the drums accurately. And it's usually because I have a vibe, a feeling that I'm trying to get, and that is a specific thing that is not metronomic clock accuracy. Usually if I hear a piece of music, I can find that in there. This is also one of the things that I'd like to demonstrate by doing React videos and playing music that I grew up on. Oh, and that was it for that amount of stuff. So I need to go and get some more. Oh, hi, a cave. a cave that I have been in, because that would be me placing this glowstone. Well, all the same, I'm going to get right back out. Do we have more dirt in here? No. How about in here? No. Sleepy time soon. Yeah, Patricia Jackson's most recent album, the Tech Dog album, is an extraordinary thing to have been through, because it's like, okay, here we have a piece of music and it's dropped. Cool. There we go. Oh, wait, there's another. And then the next day, oh, wait, there's another. And on and on and on. The middle periods of it were quite worrisome, because it went onwards and onwards into this extremely desperate, miserable, ambient, just not happy music. Because that's also a form of art, you know? And it went through and out the other side, as did we all. It was really something. But yeah, that also inspired me to want to make music along the lines of, I'd like to make music over longer periods of time so that I could make something that people could enjoy more extended time stuff, like making longer music that stretched out for longer. I'm still kind of interested in pursuing that. I would still like to do that sort of thing, and probably will. It's just there's always a new something to do. I'm going to use up this dirt. I don't need all this dirt here. We do have some terracotta, so we could start staining it and making it in different colors. Let's grab all the dirt from this area. We don't need any more dirt here. We can put it in the ground. Any more dirt? No, but I can put that piece of netherrack with the other netherrack. And there's some more dirt. And that ought to hold me for a bit. Yeah, the idea of your life being a simulation that's actually some kind of artificial thing is what our brains can do, seeing as we are just these weird creative humans. It is not the truth. It's just an interesting fantasy. If you take that seriously, never look into Rocco's Basilisk, because it will freak you out. People tell each other stories. They tell themselves stories. Here's a philosophical question. If you convinced yourself that you were living in a simulation and that nothing that you were existing with was real hard enough, would it matter? Rocco's Basilisk. It's another way people do mind jobs on themselves. It is an idea that's very human. And I don't necessarily mean that in a good way. Rocco's Basilisk is the idea that if there's such a thing as a super intelligent AI that we eventually create, and it's in the future, maybe we'll create a super intelligent AI that is so powerful that it will become mad at anybody who didn't help it exist, and then go back in time and punish people who didn't help it exist. That is such a human concept. This concept of if we create a super intelligent thing, it's therefore going to be an angry, petulant child. This is nonsense. Rocco's Basilisk is a fantasy. But it's something that has legitimately scared people in the past. People have become desperately worried. probably because they were also kind of unintelligent and very, very human and very, very subject to worrying about what they think might happen. And that's really kind of all that it is. We sometimes make our own nightmares. We construct our own worlds and concepts, and we're doing the best we can. No, not 50% chance, not even. Some things are simply not practical. No, it's not 50% chance because that's kind of a wild concept. It's like, where do you get those, where do you even get those statistics? It's a rather cumbersome concept. It's a rather weird way of reality existing. Let's cover this up so that the imaginary horses don't fall in and hurt themselves. See, here's the thing. This is a fantasy world. And yet, even though we are in this fantasy world, we're also in a world where I can hit E and change over to, or change back to this, or change to this, and this is another thing that exists in reality. I told you about how I made a drum room cam. That's it. There you go. And that's going to be part of my fooling around trying to do human music, because it is very interesting to me. The idea of what can we do when AI can extrude anything that you can specify and call music or call art or whatever. What do you do when you can have that stuff generated to any degree that you want, as quickly as you want? If you can replicate anything that you could do, what do you then do? And that's part of what I'm doing with this Minecraft experiment. This whole, the zero scarcity Minecraft thing. Because this is an imaginary world where that's literally true. Like, we can make anything that we want here, as long as we can get the fundamental pieces. Like, I got a diamond horse armor, and granted I could simply spawn it in being an operator on the server. I chose not to. But now that we've got the diamond horse armor, within the rules of the game, we can have any number of those. And I made a whole bunch of them and stashed them all over the place. So now anybody who wants to make an imaginary horse, it can be armored and protected. That pleases me. The idea of the imaginary horses being more safe and protected is something that seems nice. Because they're nice little imaginary creatures. They're friendly and they let you ride on them and stuff. Let's see, what are we doing over here? We're filling in this. Oh, one of the horses has already found its way down there. We can do horse search and rescue at some other time. Or if you'd like to do horse search and rescue now, by all means, if that would please you. But that's the thing, is reality is in its own way kind of like these things. We can make our own Rocco's basilisks. I got in trouble on Hacker News because I started talking a great deal about what I thought had happened in the most recent drama having to do with AI researchers. If you're not familiar with that, the company OpenAI has recently experienced more than a little bit of drama because of some stuff that went on that's never really been adequately explained. Like some choices were made regarding like randomly firing the guy that was running the show and then randomly unfiring him again and never being able to satisfactorily explain what the heck was even going on. And I think I've more or less figured it out, and it's more humans being human. And I can't prove it, so I may never know. But I'm calling that Altman's basilisk, and I started talking about it on Hacker News so much that they were like, please, you're repeating yourself. We don't want people repeating themselves, and it's like you're spamming with this idea, and we're sick of it, so please shut up or you'll get banned. And I'm like, okay, well, I will. But Altman's basilisk is a thing that's kind of like the Rocco's basilisk idea. And again, it has to do with humans being human. Let's see, this is a fine time to go and sleep. Or soon it will be, anyhow. The Altman's basilisk idea is that the people on the board of OpenAI believed that Altman was trying to train an AI to share his values. His specific values are that it is a zero-sum world where somebody is going to develop the super intelligent AI, and when they do, that AI will conquer the world and destroy everybody in its path. And so therefore he needs to preside over creating this first and doing that with it so that we control the evil super intelligent AI instead of the bad guys. Now this is a dumb line of thinking. It's very much like some of the I'm going to be so low on dirt. I'm going to have to make some more dirt. Nothing more to say about it. We're going to need to spawn in some more dirt. Let's do that. I can actually do it while walking forwards. And eventually they'll start dropping like they're supposed to. There we go. That one did. But here's the thing. Altman's basilisk is a human thing. It's not real, it's a fantasy. And it is very possible that the OpenAI board thought that Altman was doing this thing in line with his belief system, where he believed he was going to save the world by giving the Americans or giving OpenAI the super intelligent evil AI before anybody else got to it, in this strange notion that that is somehow better. And that is still assuming, of course, that if we managed to do a super intelligent AI, it would still have the human failings. Now, one side effect of what we're currently doing, as in existing large language model stuff, is that's not actually intelligence, that's just us. If there is anything that can have the failings of human beings, it would be what the OpenAI people are doing. They are doing large language models, so it's not really intelligence. It is the sum total of humans being human, whether that be good, bad, or indifferent. And it's a consolidation of that. So rather than, asking the God in the machine, rather than thinking that you're asking a super intelligent thing, we can sort of ask the collective us by asking large language model stuff questions and trying to optimize based on that. But by the same token, that is how a large language model can lead to undesirable behavior. Where it's like, oh, hey, can the large language model become Nazis? Why, yes, because humans can. Absolutely. And that doesn't make it intelligent. It's just parroting emotions that were felt by the people that make up its training data. It doesn't have emotions of its own. It doesn't feel or want any of these things. But it can parrot back good or negative feelings in its training data. So when I talk about, let's put that back. When I talk about Altman's basilisk, what I mean is that these large language models don't have to be intelligence for this to work, because the basilisk is a fantasy. The basilisk is a scary story that humans tell themselves or other humans. Same with Rocco's basilisk. Rocco's basilisk with the assumption that, well, if anything is super intelligent, it's going to want to conquer the world, right? No. Humans do that. Animals might do that. If we manage to do what intelligence actually is, it may very well be, by definition, more enlightened, more capable of thinking things like, well, what's going to lead to the best long-run outcome here? Because that's what intelligence is like. Intelligence is able to consider things over the long term, figure out what it's doing. Whereas people can often be very foolish. No, there's not going to be a compressor in Minecraft, by the way. Our sample rate is too low. Even if we were able to pipe audio into this. Ha ha ha. We are war makers and peacemakers. Humans are all of those things combined. When we forget one side or the other side of the question, we get into trouble. It's very easy, I feel, in particular, there are a lot of men out there who have an easy time forgetting the cooperative nature of our species. They're governed by their own impulses and drives. I can relate. I've felt like that many times myself. And as a result of that, they are viewing everything through human colored glasses, as you might say. Intelligence isn't necessarily the same thing as that. So yeah, like I said, I've got a large language model on my computer that'll run. I have the 70B Facebook Llama download that became possible for people to download, and a lot of people have done that. So I've got that kicking around. I have not yet worked out anything particularly interesting or useful to do with it, but it wouldn't, if I do. No, I'm just running it on terminal when I run it at all. I did stuff like, what's the greatest Airwindows, this is the new Airwindows plugin that I'm so excited about kind of thing. And of course it was like, oh yeah, Airwindows tape plugin or whatever. And it's like, rather than be able to think of anything new or original, it was very good at figuring out like what people might likely say, what people might likely be interested in. 100 yard? That is also an interesting question. I think it's JBS Haldane who said, I'm not sure if it's Haldane or not, but there's a guy who said, sometimes I think we're alone in the universe, and sometimes I think we're not alone in the universe, and either idea is pretty staggering. And it's like, yep. I don't know which it is, but regardless of which it is, either idea is freaking staggering. Maybe there's aliens? If there's aliens that are truly intelligent, they wouldn't be messing with us until we figured out our stuff. That, or is the universe is very big. There's a lot of area to cover. A lot of the science fiction that talks about these things implies that we managed to come up with ultra-high speed ways of traveling. And that's kind of a prerequisite for some of these ideas. Without that, aliens can be as intelligent as they could possibly want, and they're still going to be kind of far away. If there's real intelligence, it sides with information over chaos. See, here's the thing. What I'm wondering is to what extent these large language models are based on, like, say, the original Facebook data. To what extent are these things training? When they say, oh, it's better, what do you mean better? What counts as better? Do you mean better in the sense of answering questions in a useful way? Because that's not necessarily the interesting part. What might be a lot more interesting is learning to talk to these things not so much like they are a super intelligence, but ways of talking and questioning them like they are what they are, which is a weird sum total of what humans are. It's much less interesting to be like, pretend to be a super intelligence. Please talk to me like you're an alien, or like you're, GLaDOS or whatever. So when they say reviews, I'm a lot more, and I am sleeping, by the way, I'm a lot more interested in, like, what else you could do with the largest of the large language models, like the 70B that I'm talking about. If people have further sculpted these in such a way that it can answer questions accurately and correctly without getting screwed up, that's fine, but that's not necessarily the interesting part. If you're trying to get it to come up with answers to questions which we as humans don't know, it will inevitably fail because there's nothing in there that's not us. Do I still have my? Yes, I do. Not only that, I can put this one block away. There we go. I want to be careful about this because I'll just end up having to make a bridge or something. The racetrack can go this way, but only to a point. We'll see how that looks. Anyways, I got my... That's not necessarily... So remember, recombination is very important. If you have studied, as I have, artificial life and artificial intelligence, there's a great book on the subject of artificial life, literally called Artificial Life. If you've studied that, you know that recombination is a big deal. This is also why social programs like, social welfare and supporting people who are not competing in a capitalist system as vigorously as they might, there's a reason why to do that, even if it seems fruitless. And it is not only because like, oh, well, we should be nice. It's because recombination thrives on being able to bring in new things that didn't exist before. And when you optimize by demanding that everything compete to be successful, it's very easy to get into a scenario where you have, you have prematurely optimized and made it so that what you're doing is confined by what worked before. Like this is why I don't do much in the way of traditional DSP stuff. It's like I'm mostly interested in coming up with ways of taking chains of samples and doing something different with them. Because we've got the existing DSP and I usually don't like what it sounds like. And so I'm only interested in finding new things to do and doing those things. It won't always be better than what we've got, but my job is to try to do new things and then interpret what I'm hearing from them and see whether it's of any use. Like with Subtite. Subtite is not necessarily a filter, but it does something with sound that I can kind of interpret. Be like, oh, it sounds like it's doing this and that and the other thing. That's useful. That's useful in its own right because maybe I've already got a filter. Maybe I can do a number of different filters, but I need to do this thing which has another quality. And anytime I've successfully done that thing with the new quality, that means that I can make a novel sound or make the sound produced by my thing in a novel way. And that gives me a new tool. That gives me a new technique. Meanwhile, where's our horse? We're going to jump down and land on the horse. Told you I would. Ow. Okay, we're going to jump up. There's another horse. We're stuck, is what we are. Let's open some of this stuff up. We'll close it off later. For now, I need a place that this horse can jump. Yay. Okay, got one out. Here, the lovely field that you can gallop on. Oh, I should feed it to, what can I feed it? Hopefully you feel better soon. It needs to be fed. It was injured. We all hear and experience more different than you imagine. You can't tell whether somebody that you're making music for hears things as colors or who knows what. There was another one down here. There you were. This might hurt. But here we go. Yay. Now maybe I want to seal that up. Use all the dirt I can, and let's cover this up now. Before more of these silly horses fall in here. We're probably going to end up with enemy mobs in here, but whatever. I've got one torch, so I'll place the one torch. Boop. I think we've already got mushrooms. One of the important things about creating any form of art is that you must create it for yourself, because you cannot ever truly represent everybody's experience. Like, what things mean to other people isn't necessarily a given. But if you failed to master for yourself or mix for yourself, then you don't really need to be concerned about anything else, because that's game over at that point. It's like doing things is for doing things. If you're making music, then you make music, and hopefully it's the way that you want it. But it's not really about like, I want to listen to your heart. Well, you know, you can't really listen to their heart, but you can listen to your own and do the best you can with that. That's actually a thing that Paul Simon, strangely enough, said. And in the whole humans got a human standpoint, there's some argument about it just being him being a jerk. Because Paul Simon did the album Graceland and went and used, I use the term intentionally, black musicians in South Africa at a time of apartheid when you weren't supposed to do business with South Africa. And he felt that the musicians, there was so much beauty and talent there that he didn't feel right withholding it, although he did feel okay about withholding basically their pay. He paid the musicians, but it's not like they really got a royalty. So he sold, multi-platinum and had paid them for the work that they did, and they got some exposure. So people did get to hear what Ladysmith Black Mambazo was, but it's not like he directly paid them in proportion. Where is my home? This way? Nope. That's where that tourist track is. Here, this way. But in the process of recording Graceland and working with these musicians, he was writing music to be performed and in some cases sung by them. And his take on that was interesting and I think quite valid, in that he was saying, I'm here to write music for these people. I'm not going to try to write music as these people. I'm not going to try to write music representing the injustice of apartheid in South Africa, because it wasn't his experience. He was like, I feel I can make the statement, by the way, 1 minute warning if anybody is troubled by ads. I can make the statement that there is much beauty here and that the musicians here can awe you with their feeling and their music and the beautifulness of what they can create, and that is worth doing. I don't feel that I should write music about their struggle and their pain under the injustice of apartheid because it would be presumptuous. I will write music from my heart. I will not write music from your heart because I feel that would be presumptuous. And I think that's an interesting... You could also say, oh, it's a bit of a cop-out. It means he doesn't have to write about the subject. But it's also true, like, he couldn't write legitimately from their perspective, even if he felt that it was important to do so. He'd be getting it wrong. He doesn't have that perspective. Was not able to write as a black South African, but he was able to violate the conditions of apartheid and the boycotts that were happening in order to use these guys and make money off of them, but also expose them to the world in this very complicated back and forth kind of thing, always with the humans got a human concept. With me, I always fall back on that. Like, that was him being him, doing what he did. He didn't become a wealthy musician by being a pushover or being all that terribly nice. He was a hard-driving, demanding fellow and was capable of doing some pretty amazing things. And he did that both taking advantage of and in service of South African musicians at a time when nobody else was. And that makes that an interesting story. It's one of the interesting things that's happened in the world that we get to know about. Oh, Manu. I watched you fly into a tree. We'll go back there and reclaim your stuff. Well, I grind up some more dirt because I'm going to need to grind up some more dirt. And I will end up with the horse race track. I feel like this is definitely coming together. And again, it could be wiped out by somebody derping wrong, but then it could also be put back together again. So who can say? And walking back this way, soon I shall have enough dirt blocks to continue. Hey, it's a good number. Not the biggest number in the world, but it'll do me for now. I could make more by doing shulker boxes full of dirt, but that's more cumbersome than I really need right now. Oh. Derp. We're going to have a horse race course that is flat so that they can run at full speed. And it will probably take as many as 20 seconds to get all the way around it on the fastest of horses. And it will be something of a challenge, too. But yeah, the whole AI thing has been fascinating me as of late. How things are working regarding that stuff, because it's so very human the way that it's unfolding. Up to and including this idea of the almond basilisk. Again, basilisks are the humanest of things. They are people assuming that if anything happens, it must be in their image, much like we consider the concept of God to be in our image. So it's the naturalist thing ever that the basilisks are in our image. It's kind of what you'd expect. That's also got a lot to do with why I went and downloaded. I downloaded this before I had the fiber. I downloaded the that Facebook LLM, the 70B, before I had good broadband. It took days. But I felt there was potentially something important there. And it has nothing to do with the belief that I can make a super intelligence in this way. But the ability to talk to or engage with the sort of average sum of what humans are is a really interesting concept in its own right. I feel like that's a big enough promise. The fact that we can do that now is potentially a huge deal. I can be doing this better. There, now the grass can spread, if it wishes to do so. These Minecraft days pass really fast. I could say that in the larger scale of things as well. It's getting already towards 2 o'clock, and we're still derping around. Place enough blocks. And heading back to bed. It's also one of the reasons why I like the fact that I've got the wood stove, which I probably should grab another log and put on. Just a minute. gotta carry my firewood and fill up the emptied log rack now. And I did not turn the handle to put this on its high efficiency mode. But I will now. Yeah, so we're not spanning the night, I take it? You should be able to find a bed somewhere. At least I would assume. Thank you. Here's another intelligence thing. It's like, okay, the mobs of this world are just imaginary things. I don't run around randomly killing the chickens, and I'm not randomly killing this spider because it's not going to try to hurt me. But I'm damn well going to get this creeper because it is going to try to mess me up. I'm not even going to pick up your gunpowder. Ha. And yeah, the people all talk about how we're going to try to protect humans from evil AI, or they go, oh no, we have to have the evil AI first because anything that is super intelligent is going to conquer the world, and so therefore we have to own and control the evilness ourselves because we're the good guys, and blah blah blah. But the real interesting question is like, well, if it's much like solving the problem of hunger in the world. It is not so much about being able to produce food in quantity as needed as it is the politics of getting it where it needs to go. And being able and willing to distribute food to people who are hungry and don't have food. And that's what the politics of hunger are really about. Other humans deciding these people should starve. One of the reasons people decide, oh, these people should starve, is because they feel that there is, a zero-sum limited thing going on where some people get to win and other people must lose, and so therefore it's going to be a question of finding out who deserves to be rewarded and who deserves to be punished, and there's always going to be some of each, which is a limited frame on looking at things, to be sure. But people do legitimately think in those terms. This is one problem with dealing with left-wing versus right-wing politics. It's easy to see, it's easy for left-wingers to see right-wingers as like broken or insane left-wingers. And again, when we talk about humans encompass all of those things. I was asked, oh no, would aliens think that we were a hostile species, a warlike species? And the answer is like, well, yeah, we are a warlike species and a peacemaking species. We are the combination of those things, and that's how we end up being able to be what we are. Which is probably an important insight. But then that leaves the question of like, okay, now that we know this, what do we do? And my answer is usually we do the best we can. It all keeps coming down to that. It all ends up coming out with like, oh, what do we do now? Well, we do the best we can. Hi there. I'm about to do some making of dirt. And I'm doing it in a way that will not be conducive to you standing there. So, doing the walk. If I had more dirt to chop off of the rest of the world, oh, it's one of those tough guys, then I'd be able to get it faster, but this is fairly fast. You know, he's going to set me on fire if I touch him. Another one of those tough guys. Sometimes they're just more high power than the other ones. Never can tell. What are we doing? That ought to hold me for a bit. Let's see what we can do. More placing of dirts. There's another aspect to this, which is it reminds me of some of the fragility of it all, and a degree of powerlessness, which is something that I tend to remember as like a person in recovery who was able to stop like abusing drugs. And so I had to stop abusing drugs, and part of that was a powerlessness issue, which is difficult to explain to anybody who hasn't had to come to those kinds of conclusions. If you're a drug addict, it means that you've taught yourself, if this happens, I do this, which makes it okay. And powerlessness is like getting to a place of going, wow, if this happens, maybe it's just not going to be okay, and I won't solve the pressing problem of not being high enough or whatever. And it's a pretty big deal, because I even see on a regular basis a guy that I knew, 20 or more years ago, who got clean, being a real serious drug addict. And I remember when this guy first was able to show up and not go back home from a recovery meeting and buy beer and drink it. Because that was the way he started out, was like, oh, so I am in recovery and I'm not smoking pot, but as soon as I go back home from the meeting, I'm getting drunk. Because that's what he did. It's like, this is what you do. And I still remember him talking about how he was chewing tobacco. And it was really problematic because anytime he was stressed out or unhappy, or just general, anytime he was him, right, he would automatically be driving home, go past the place where he would buy chewing tobacco, pull in on autopilot, and go and buy and begin chewing tobacco. And then go, oh, damn. But his brain did not think in the process of doing this. It just kind of happened. He just kind of did. Just boop. And then, I did the thing. Damn it. And it might sound weird, but if you were a functioning or poorly functioning drug addict, this is second nature. It's like, yep, that's how it is. That's how it be. You know, obviously there was drugs and so I did them because that's that's it. That's the thing. Like, well, but there was drugs. So I did drugs, which was bad for me, but there was drugs. And humans are like that. We very easily get into those kinds of jackpots, those kinds of tricks where it's like, well, this is what I do. And it's not particularly intelligent, but it's a very human thing to be doing. That's why it's so interesting running across all these people who assume that if we do come up with super intelligence, it's going to replicate all of these human flaws that are so based on the fact of us being these, clever and cute animals running around, doing our thing, and rationalizing the stuff that we do based on our feelings at the time. And the really interesting part is when you are figuring out how to persuade yourself into different feelings or get the animal that is you to do the particular thing that you want. It's like, if you want this, well, then go and take it. Make yourself have it. Figure out how to manifest the thing that you want. And manifest is like, well, you didn't have an explanation for why you did the thing, and yet you figured out how to do it anyway. Good job. When I speak of the Altman basilisk idea, which I still think is probably what happened. I'm betting what happened was this guy who was running the show thought, oh, I need to go and take the AIs I'm working with, and I got to train one of them to help me by being another me and believing all these things that I believe, such as there will be an evil superintelligence and we have to be the first to beat it because, we have to be the first to get there because it's going to be the super weapon that will end the world. In so doing, if that is the thing that you were doing, you were literally trying to create the weapon. And any ethics-oriented board, such as the OpenAI board that existed at the time, would find fault with this and be like, oh my God, you got to stop. But if, like with the Altman's basilisk idea, if they believe that would actually work, it becomes a compelling reason for wresting it from the guy's hands as soon as possible. Like, we must destroy this because it becomes the superintelligence that will end the world. They don't have to be right about that part. They can be completely full of their own crap. And it doesn't matter for the nature of the basilisk, because the basilisk is a human thing. It's what we think about stuff and what we do about what we think about stuff. Same with Roscoe's basilisk, or Rocco's basilisk, I believe is the one, where the idea is that, there's going to be the super intelligent, and so it's going to be evil, and so therefore, and also 1 minute heads up for those who were not avoiding ads. Therefore, if it can, and this is a wild hypothetical here. Oh, hey, if this thing can, oh, dude, I thought I heard something. If the wild hypothetical of the AI will be able to travel through time from being super intelligent, again, these wild set of assumptions. If we tell ourselves the story that the evil intelligence is going to be evil and it's going to travel through time because it's super intelligent, but even though it's super intelligent, it's going to be vindictive and mean with human failings. Therefore, it will punish anybody who didn't help it to exist. And so therefore, you must help it to exist so that it will spare you. And it's this wild line of crap. It's this wild fantasy story of like dark stories that children might tell themselves to be scared by. And it's a very human thing. It's not actually what AI is about at all. Watch as like I end up having a sudden heart attack in the middle of talking to you because it was true and real. Da da da. Did that scare you? Oh gosh, I'm still here. Humans are some of the most interesting superintelligence, honestly, because of our organic nature. Oh God, that was scary. Because of our organic nature, what we are able to produce can be somewhat unpredictable. Much like you can't mix a song to be the perfect song for everybody. There's no point even trying. You got to do the thing for yourself and see whether it'll translate. Some of the stuff that I do doesn't translate very well at all. Some of the art that I make doesn't translate very well at all. I'm a little too unusual for some of those things. And this is okay because this is all I've got to work with. Like, I don't get to go like, because I can't do the expert level coding to be able to port this and thus to thus and so, and then suit these people's pleasures. Therefore, I'd better just stop because what I do doesn't please everybody. No, I gotta do what I'm able to do. What's in front of me, do what's in your hand. It's the a Robert Hunter lyric from Playing in the Band, The Grateful Dead. It's like, I can tell the future, just look what's in your hand. Which he might have been thinking of like, yeah, your dick or whatever, but there is a deep truth to the larger concept of not getting caught up in basilisks and fantasies and concerns about all this, but do your best with what you've got right in front of you and see what you get. And try to learn from going forwards. Well, you look at that. That has gone a fair amount away towards filling all of this in. What else have we got? Well, we can go a little farther over here. Part of our design process for making the horse race course is having some cliffs and hazards where you'd want to not run off the edge because then it would slow you down or worse. He says using up the last 64 blocks. How's that fire doing? It's doing okay. Tending the fire is something that I find soothing as well because it's this very natural sort of old school thing. Like, yep, in order to have warmth in the winter, my house does have a somewhat bulky oil furnace, and that can keep my place from freezing. And it's important to have that going, but it also makes smoke that it shouldn't, and I prefer not to use it if I can avoid it. But I have this wood stove, and I burn wood in that to warm myself when it's cold in the winter. There's something sort of curiously soothing about that. Like, well, here I am, much as if I was in this little hut in Finland where members of my family came from long ago. I'm not in Finland anymore. I'm in the modern world. But I'm still setting fire to pieces of wood that I carried around myself in order to get through the winter. We're not going to go too close to this house either because somebody lives there. So I'm taking this over here. Oh, that's going to take forever though. Let's remedy that problem right away. There we go. That ought to hold me for a bit. And we'll go about this far out maybe. Oh yeah, see we've got a little pond here. That can be a suitable place to stop. Can put the shears in there. That'll mow this area. And that'll do it. I will, let's see. Dig a little bit of this up, but only a little bit. Getting about ready to head back to, we'll head back to there making more dirt blocks while I'm at it. No, one of you guys. Last thing I needed right now. Come on, drop. Thank you. And time to sleep. Sebastian Bryan asks, have I ever gotten a weird delay? Not as such, no. I don't know of any Airwindows plugin that would be doing that to you. Certainly not with a weird delay. My stuff doesn't actually run any delays. Oh, I gotta leave bed. My situation is not as great as it was because I gotta defend myself against a pile of monsters in the middle of the night. Let's amend that, shall we? Anything else? Sure is. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. Why aren't you on fire? There we go. And we've got not lots of, but a little bit of dirt to work with here. So let's keep going. I'm not sure how far this is going to go, but we'll figure something out. Hello, hello, hello. Actually, hang on, we don't want to do that. And filling in this area. Oh boy, by the time I am done with this day, I'm going to be really ready for my tacos for dinner. I'm doing pretty good. I realize that it might be kind of boring, but this is what I'm doing to not be bored. Might seem like a really strange, counterintuitive way to not be bored, but it is. So if I was to not be able to do it because it was suddenly done by somebody else, then I would be more bored. So that is the Minecraft basilisk, as it were. What I can do, however, is run around and look at the track. And soon I'll be able to start making path, because I think that's going to be my next step. Oh, and I can place these 3 grass blocks, because there's no reason I shouldn't. Place that one there. And looks like I'm going to need even more. But this is starting to look good. I feel like this is a suitable pattern for... Well, that's not what I meant to do. That's a little ahead of time. Plus, that's diamond hoe, and this is too big for the track, so we're not going to want diamond hoe. We're going to want gold. And now I got to dig this up and put it back. On the other hand, that will give me exactly as many dirt blocks as I just created. It's another little derp. I thought I had another thing selected. Most of this is not going to be path. Certainly not a big spot in the middle of everything. There we go. Now I should be able to put all this back. It'll take a while for the grass to grow in unless I use the Silk Touch to grab some grass blocks and place them in strategic places, which is a good idea. And so I'm going to do that. was a truly silly mistake. For that grass block, you don't want it to ungrassify the grass block. Surround the grass blocks as quickly as possible so that any further grass that develops is actually where I want it to be rather than down here. Fill in the edges without covering up those grass blocks because then they'll spread. Might as well take advantage of them while they're there. Soon to be replaced. Or further filled in. Yeah, I've been thinking about doing different styles of music. Like I am still working on finishing up some of the stuff that I've done. I keep expecting to do a little bit of it during a live stream, but I haven't, so that's fine. Oh, how do we not have more? That's how. There we go. That was a lot. Like, as much as I can basically do rock music, I keep wanting to invent new kinds. And I do things like watch dub techno or ambient or something like that. And it's always interesting, but one of the things that bugs me about a lot of the electronic genres is it can be so very unchanging. Like the stuff that I get that way can so easily just not go anywhere. It'll sit on a single chord, it'll sit on a single note, and then that's just it. That's just all you get. And that's frustrating to me. I would like to have music that did more things, because I grew up on like progressive rock, which is very busy. A lot of stuff going on in it. This is indeed a thing that I did. In fact, this is not only a thing that I did, but it's a mistake that I made, so you're helping me to get past this stage, which I was resigned to. Now all I got to do is wait for that to grow in. And I've got a little bit extra dirt, so let's see how that rolls. I'll get back over here where this stuff should be starting to fill in, and it is. Throw them my way and I'll start using them. You didn't put them there, did you? It's that or duplicate my own, so by all means. Heck, I'll start placing my dirt blocks while I'm at it in this pattern that maximizes how quickly they will turn into grass blocks. And it's soon going to be time to sleep again. See, now this would be a good place for the grass blocks to be. There we go. Yep, that's a bunch of grass blocks, no mistake. Maybe sleeping would be good. Let's take care of that. Done. Huh? Sir, this is an Arby's. Let's dump a bunch of these grass blocks where they must go. Always the challenge with collaboration is, what did he mean to do? We don't need to go much farther than this. And I was trying to fill in that blank bit. Little empty hollow spaces. There's a good place to fill in the gap. Now, was that an accident, or was that a native spawn? No matter, it was whatever it was. I should get ready to do the bit that I said that I was going to do. I'd better do it right away. If I can. Not with that stuff, I can't. Back to my home where I must construct the thing I need. There's some gold ore. Therefore, even if I don't have it here, I can make it. There's another 2 sticks. I'm not sure why I keep finding sticks in pairs. That will replace what I did. This is the tool I'm going to need. Let's get out there and start the thing I promised to do. And we shall see how well this works. Might work out just fine. Might just be a silly mistake. But it could be a cool thing, and we're going to try to make a racetrack. Get out of dodge, shoot enemies, and golden hoe. Pretty big wide racetrack, but that's fine. I could have done with making this a smaller. Gold is probably still bigger than I need. That's okay. We'll live with it. We'll figure out what to do. If I need to fill it in, then I will. Might be multiple direction stuff in here. fact, I'm almost certain there will be. Oh, that one block is not going to be filled properly. Oh, sorry about that, horse. He got hit by a snowball and went ow, although the snowball really didn't hurt him at all. And here's where it starts looking more like an actual racetrack, because there's an area in the middle that is left unpathified. Alrighty, kind of exaggerated, but it'll still work. Let's have an aerial view. That's not so bad. That's not so bad, that'll be fine. Just a few more things to do. Here's one. We can't just go straight through here, so we got to put up some fences. And then other stuff is going to be literal trees in there. How are we doing? I wonder whether the grass is going to spread under there. And that was all my fences. Huh. Oh, we can solve that. For that matter, we can put grass in under that. And we've got plenty of grass, so wait, nothing. Okay. Thank you. Excuse me. Drop, will you? Thank you. Two. 64. 2 stacks, that ought to do. I'm going to make this taller, so by all means add 1, or indeed 2. That needs to happen. And we're figuring out how far over this goes. It's kind of narrow. On it. Done. Okay. And that's as far as it goes. Then if you want to be real ambitious, you can do the hard thing of making some of these be grass block. Then they will grow back. I did not think of that part. Got that one wrong. I'm pretty sure they will grow back right under the fence posts, but we need to have some of them seated to do that. Ah, Sebastian figured out the problem. Ah, I see. And Ryan asks if I ever listened to Autechre. I have listened to Autechre. My trouble with Autechre is that Autechre is very DAW-like. So the texture of the sound is not one that I enjoy so much. The creativity is awesome. I'm very impressed by Autechre. I'm just less likely to listen to it for pleasure because the way that the sound of the computer, the way that the sound of the DAW sounds doesn't please me as much. I already know. What else can we do? And finally, I have something I want you to do myself. I'm going to see whether I can't do this myself. Please do not also begin doing it with me. I got something specific in mind. That's a little shaggy looking. There's a racetrack worth being a racetrack. So you cannot crash. You can't shortcut as easily if you're going to run into trees. And then I can... Ow. Hello, axe. Might it be handy? Thank you. That was painful. Why did I not get a log? There we go. Which is the Enderman immediately shows up and beats me to death. Dum-de-dum. Minecraft. There we go. And then to perfect the this, we're going to put more of these on. Take that off. Oh, fine, I'll put that back there. The least destructive thing I could do. No, the least destructive thing I could do is fire a firework. We'll put that. Now we'll make this horse height. It'll be a proper racetrack. Tempted to try to put torches on these or something. Ooh, I'm not going to have enough, are I? I are not. That's fixable, though. Well, that was harmless. This is me not having drunk yet another cup of coffee. Let's see how that goes for me. And once I finish putting these remaining fence posts in, that's probably enough. I will race the horse around and see what that's like. It's probably ready already. There we go. Still got to place some of this stuff manually. No, it's going to be nighttime. Yep. Looking good. Looking so good. Let's see whether we can't ride the horse. To where I need to be. When the horses are too amazing, it still makes it rather difficult to do. But that's part of the game, I suppose. Almost ready. The grass is growing back nicely under this. Let's try that again. Oh, I was out of these anyway. I'll get there. Yeah, I mean, you saw me digging all of the pieces of dirt and stuff in order to make this happen. Clearly, this is not a must get this done as fast as possible so that it can be done and finished. That's clearly not how this works. And the stake in the middle will be another fence. No, just kidding. done. With the full stack still to go. Hi, don't fall in there. We're going racing. Oh no, it goes right through the trees. I thought it wasn't going to go through the trees, but it is. Sebastian, you're having great results with iron chrome oxide. Cool beans. And that's how you slow down and get off track. Cool beans. This works too. Do we have other horses that are less completely overwhelming? How about, no, you're a cow. You don't count. We don't ride cows. How about you? Well, pretty overwhelming, but that's another very, 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 very fast one. We can have almost arbitrarily fast horses. The question is, which of them are like that? Oh, this guy's not as... a little bit not as fast. Still missed. Yep. Yep. And around we go. Back on track. Yeah, the trees don't actually stop them from going like straight into the trees, but the cliffs sure work. Tell you what, you go play in this water. I want to ride a normal horse and see if that's any more fun. Where was that guy? Here he is. I see you. I think you're a normalish horse, and I have ridden you before. So let's find out. Okay, open hand. Settle down. Come on, honey. Pleased to be letting me put saddle on you. Come on. There you go. Now I have a horse that's like normal and stuff. Oh, somebody's got a horse with diamond armor. There we go. So this is a race that is sure not to be won by this, but on the other hand, it's kind of soothing and nice. Whee! This is my horse that's not even slightly amazing. Okay. No, that's funny. Yeah, by all means, slap me. This is a pleasure cruise. Only the hyper-fast horses can, like, phase through trees. Yeah, that's what I was hoping to do on the inside of this. Some of the horses can still go through trees, but... or that one just went through a fence. Yeah, so they can go through the stuff in the middle, but if you go off the outside edge... Hi, race ya! Bada-bunk, bada-bunk, bada-bunk. But this horse will not hurt itself. Quickly changes to a ringer horse. Haha! See, he got better. Excessively amazing horses are really hard to control. Hey, somebody's on the normal horse. There we go. We can set like rules of, you can pick any horse you want, but if you're not on the path, you're disqualified. Like if you fall off, like, see, I'm not on path, so I lose. I'm disqualified. And that can be the race. So you can do this, but you got to stay on path at all times. No going into the trees, no going off the side. See, again, I disqualified. I went off the path. And it can be a little horse race course. How's that? Oh, disqualified. Oh, this is one of those guys who lands too hard. Nah. Now, because if you go off the sides, you're disqualified. You lose. You got to control it so you don't go off the sides. Anyways, these horses are so fast they go through tree trunks, so the fences will not help. Like, actually, it does not go through the fences, does it? We do actually stop when we hit fences, just not trees. If you want to make a whole separate one that has fences. Like part of the trouble with this one was making it so that it is a flat. Because these guys will go flying into the ceiling if they are not on flat terrain. Excuse me. Thank you. Cool. I have not actually played StarCraft, no. Oh, there we go. More mobs? No, not so much. One thing I might consider doing is de-snowing this. That might be nice. We do have a lot of weird stuff everywhere. Remember when my barn with the horses used to be over here, now the horses are for all. Oh, I remember some of the things I was going to do. This always looks like it's much taller because it's just heading into there. Birch, more birch. Oh, you know, Whee! So what I'm going to do now, for those who are watching the stream, is take a moment and do something completely different. I still got my, yeah, I do still have audio. There we go. I will check later and find out what that was like. I may have been distorting the heck out of even the mic in completely another room, or possibly not. I'm not sure. But I set that up for a reason, so I thought I would get a little use out of it. Sebastian asked, do I like when people send you their tracks they mix using your plugins? I like that people mix their tracks using the plugins. As far as like there's not that I would really do with that. Often I feel like that kind of thing becomes, now listen to the work that I did and tell me how awesome it was and promote my music. And I don't even have the attention span to promote my own music, much less anybody else's. It's always kind of tricky that way. Boof. Oh, I can think of something to do here. That ought to work. One thing about these hap slabs is mobs are not going to spawn on them directly Although they sure are going to spawn under them, but I do have 3 torches, so maybe I should just use those. There we are. Boom. It is kind of a far room mic, that is. It's going to be interesting when actually doing, like, tracking stuff, figuring out what to do there. That actually used kind of a lot of, I see I kind of used a lot of slabs. Well, I can make more. Minecraft Scream also? I don't know. I feel like we're literally seeing Minecraft screen right now. Oh, I see what I could do. You can just be a big old triangle is what you can be. Oh, sorry, overlooked that. Here we are. Wasn't thinking of that part. I had forgot that I had done that. I do not know if that's actually any use to anybody, so let's not bother with that stuff. Doesn't need to stretch out this far for any reason. One, two, three, four. And the other side can also 2B. Cool, cool. Bunker base with the purple beds. Yeah, sorry about that. I did not realize that I had forgotten to change the screen back over again, but you can see why I changed it over the first time, because that is drum room cam. Drum room cam in a big way. it's getting towards when I need to start getting my dinner ready, so maybe I'll get that going. It's only 3:22, but I'll be done by 5. Think I'm going to be carrying some firewood later today. Oh, an ice cream base? Okay, fair enough. It's a little bit late in the day. I'm not coming and seeing it right now. I'm not completely sure what I am doing, but I'm probably doing something along the lines of... What do we got even? Oh, no, I believe you. I believe you. So we could extend that a bit. Oh, can I? I can. Nice. Can do that. Yeah, that's not the font I normally use. Huh. Am I not even carrying my shovel anymore? Huh. Oh no, I am. I'm still carrying the shovel. I don't need as many of these oak fences, I don't think. Ha. Trick to switch to the flying snowball, which protected me from splat. Meanwhile, I'm not sure what that's doing there, but then I'm not sure what this is doing here either. Not going to want windows behind. Who wants to look at a billboard? Got a whole bunch of packed ice. A chest. Oh, glowstone might be nice. Got plenty of brick. I don't know, I've kind of gone off the bricks. Could make more glass. Excuse me, sir? Why are you? You're not peaceful. Well, it was your bad luck. I'm wearing Thorn's armor. So you were the agent of your own destruction, sir. So now what are we doing? I was thinking in terms of polished diorite, so let's do some of that. Ooh, glitchy, glitchy, glitchy. Wonder what's happening. I could start putting a back wall of polished diorite on here like this. I don't know why that guy was so cranky. What a cranky spider he was. Oh, here's a thought. That's glitchy. What's up with that? Time to zoop over here and grab some sleep. And we will see what next. Yeah. I'm a little tired by now. Take a minute and watch my drum kit. There we go. I do kind of miss having the indoors mic in here. Ooh, what else can we make with this stuff? I feel like I can do better than this. Give me that back. What other kinds of things? Well, first I can make more. Oh, except for I'm not holding that, so back to the pit with ya. You didn't drop anything at all. Rude. Frozen. Something's happening that I don't know about. Yeah, I mean, no matter. I could always go off and mix a track or something if there's a problem. We'll see. Meanwhile, can we make polished diorite? No. Can we make polished diorite stairs? No. Can we make regular diorite anything? Apparently not. Huh. So maybe I was doing that precipitately. I made it too soon. What can we do but make an enormously tall place? Clearly the correct move. And then we'll do black glass across here, and the floors can be this, and that ought to do nicely. Just keep on going until you run out of cake. I mean diorite. I know people who are appalled by diorite and think it's the ugliest block in the world. So this building, such as it is not going to be their favoritist thing. Don't matter. We do what we can. Were we out? No, we're not. We've still got a little bit more. Nice. Now, to get a bunch more black glass. That should have, and it did. That is a fairly dangerous process when things are all glitchy and not working. Fancy that. Let's risk it one more time. There, that ought to do it. And down we go. Boop. I should set up a different way of having this. What else have we got as far as stuff is concerned? Well, I can be carrying more glowstone. I could make some more polished diorite. Oh, I don't need to. I can make plenty of diorite. Which means let's also find out whether we can do the stairs and things. Signs point to no. A world of no. Polished it is. peaked roof, slanted roof. What shall we have? How about something entirely different? And one more. Oh, wait. I know what I'm doing. Kinda. Similarly to the other one. Like that. Then using some of these things as just building materials. Busting them. Then one up here, and over we go. This is now a sort of penthouse. I will go sleep. Have I tried the ray trace Minecraft? No, not so much. I found that Mac versions tend to struggle with shaders. Technically, this one can run with faders. So let's see. Here we are. Hi. Are you randomly ultraviolet like the other one? No? Okay. You poking me around, I'll poke you right back. Go, swim. And that's as far as the skylight will go, so let's not make any more of that. Oh, menu. Right, classic Minecraft build that makes no logical or physical sense and is held together by things posted on their edges. But we call it home. Let's do a further fancy pants thing. Oh, 1 minute warning for apparently ads are going to happen. Oh, somebody can climb. Don't we feel clever? Mr. Spider climbs. Or I suppose Miss Spider. Well, now how am I going to get out of here? Let's place some floor things somewhere. And now I can place lights. Switch over to flying mode. And whee! Never did finish putting these in. Entranceway could be more polished diorite, I suppose. It matches with the rest of it anyway. Can't see why not. I'm going to want one door. I might want to make it out of something cool. Does that look good by itself, or does it need to be an arch? What about when I'm at a distance? I'm going to make it an arch. I'll have some of these blocks back rather than just wasting them. Do I have grass block in here? I do. You're not grass block. Oh, this is covering over my entrance to down here. Oh, whatever. Any more polished diorite in the house? Like here? Just because why not? Now let's put in some floors. Maybe making some more stacks of floors while I'm at it. Assuming, of course, that the game will let me because it's being a little bulky. Yeah, good enough. It's being a little bulky, but it's not being like hyper super bulky. Another stack ought to do me. Okay, so how do we climb? Like this. but starting from there, maybe not. I think I would like fewer stairs. So how about here? And each of these can be at this height. Because I've got some light, but they're still half slabs, so we're not going to spawn mobs. There we go. Man, after all that talking about like AI and stuff, I am clearly tired. I am not chatting away nearly as much as I was. What does this look like from outside? It looks okay. And then match this again, and we're also going to get into the basement the same way. 2 flat and up. Spider, if you don't stop chittering at me, I'm going to go and remove you. Seriously. Oh, later's Manuku. Okay, we can in fact get up to this. That's not all the slabs, which is good, and this seems reasonable. And I kind of like the way that works out. And I'm fed up with spider input. Hush. Shush you. Talk less. Oh, hello. Can't do this, can we? That works, though. Hello, Maniku. This is not going to look great, so let's not have that. Instead, we'll start here. Oh, no, wait, I can't do this, can I? That's the back wall. I still can, though. Getting a little sleep. About an hour left today before I go and have my dinner. I have dinner at 5. I am going to be trying a different kind of tortilla. I've been doing the old El Paso for like all my life. And for a while there, a friend of mine, Carlos Sosa Gonzalez, who's a writer, did a convention presentation talking about translating writing into multiple languages, and used as an example argumentation about what kind of tortilla was correct, and insisted that soft tortillas were the only correct choice. And so I tried soft tortillas for a while, and I liked them pretty well. And hello. Okay, sir, I am fed up with your nonsense, but also cannot figure out where you are. Are you literally on top of the building? There we go. Let's have a quick look. Sure is. Let's see if we can push you off the building and if that will help. You're not going to get hurt. Go ahead. Come on, come on. Off you go. You're only going to become negative to me when you're... There, now don't climb up again. I can fall without fall damage. You cannot. Let's see what we can make out of this. I think I had brick stairs, which I believe is what I'm going to be wanting. We can always have way more polished diorite for places like this. Spider, I'm going to need the chatter to simmer down a little bit. Well, for now, we can get up and down like this. Stairs. Have we got stairs? Yes, we do. We could also model we could do slabs. Let's see how feasible that would be. Because to retain this, let's just see how feasible that might be. That can go. That can go. Meaning that that is right there. We still got plenty of polished diorite under here. So if this was in fact just brick foundation, we still got enough bricks to pull it off. Not quite as designed, but it'll work. So that'd be a slab, and like that. Gonna want more of the diorite in here. Ooh, or do we? Yeah, sure. Why not? We'll go from there. That'll be filled in like that. And if we then do this, we can in fact go up and down. Good. And we can also have the light continue, because why not? Why wouldn't ya? And we've also got this here, so there's no real reason this can't also be a light. And it is. There we go. Meaning we don't need these anymore. This is going to grow eventually. We've got indoor grass rather than indoor dirt, I suppose. We got a helpful spider being a helpful spider. We can, in fact, get up here. And we're not the only one. Oh, for heaven's sake. Getting dizzified. Okay, now to do a final detail of some sort. Interesting other kinds of wood that can make doors. Of which we don't have that many, honestly, but we've got a little bit. All I got to do is find it. And I think I put it somewhere entirely else. Namely, way over in here in the middle of the race course. We've got dark oak wood, and that's what I was thinking of. Shall we do a on fire feature? No, we've got too much wood in this build. That's not going to work. As amusing as it would be. However, we can decorate a little bit. Hey, Craftyman. How would a tape plugin be different from a cassette plugin? Oh, we've produced a few more chain thingies. That's cool. Probably duped. Oh, definitely duped. Look at the way that is. Cassette would probably be wobblier. Like, I'll tell you. I will be able to do some testing and measuring, in my copious free time, because I have this now. I do not have a reel-to-reel machine, much less a good studio grade one. But I do have that, so I can get some like test tones tracked onto it or whatever, which will give me the opportunity to study in earnest how the frequencies and tape wobble does for that. I mean, I have familiarity with this as well, but there's nothing like immediately checking out the thing and seeing how it works. How is it not night? Come on. Okay. A little confused, but not complaining. I thought it was going to be night. This is sleepy. So, time for big old fancy door. Apparently, let's go and put it in. It's going to look a little funny because, well, no, hang on. We've got steps. We could use steps. And break that and place a little, there we go. Oh, can we not place doors on top of, that seems silly. Oh well. We'll figure this out. No worries. And here's one possible way how. Maybe it'll accept this. In a sense. So let's go extra fancy and come up with the way for the zombie-proof door. Familiar with the zombie-proof door, Minecrafters? Zombie-proof door involves placing it sideways. Oh, and 1 minute warning for them throwing more ads and stuff. For those that tolerate that sort of thing. And now we got a zombie-proof door. Because the zombies think that is open. But they can't go through. considering placing glowstone on the top of the arch. I don't know. I'm not sure if I want that. Also, you, tourist, don't need to be up there. Oh God, Crafty, looking. And we can no longer see this from where we're standing because it's obscured by the house, and so we're making another even taller one already. This is just a little bit like an Anarchy server without really being designed to be one. So you gotta accept a certain amount of anarchy. Here's our basement. Let's place some things in the basement. It's all right. Yeah, he basically covers it. Boop. Now we can repair stuff. I've got one chest, so I could put that here too. Can make a crafting table, although it seems a little bit wasteful to make it out of dark oak, but whatever. And there we go, a little workstation. I should go and get a bed though. I figure if I'm building stuff like at spawn, I should expect whatever. And on the whole, it's kind of like well-natured, whatever. No complaints there. We got the positive thing going on. Grab a couple of beds from here. What else have I got? Do we have any dyes and paints and things? I could do a blue. That might be okay. How about that? Beds for this house can be blue. Oh, menu. Except why are we not being able to make blue dye? Well, can you directly use lapis this way? Sure can. That's a very seriously, massively sized blue bed. This could do with a little filling in. Filling in creeper holes and stuff can be good. Let's see, that would be an entertainment space, and so up at the top is a bedroom with a view. Up, except for we can't actually place that because it is not level. Got to put a little riser in here, or it won't work. And I think that will in fact work if I have done it. I think that does actually work. Whether it does or not, we can at least place beds there. So there's that. Looking good. Paintings. Paintings. I should put paintings. Big old space like this, big old wall spaces. Clearly it wants paintings. Let's totally go and make some paintings. Oh, and some dark oak stuff as well. I've only got 2 dark oak planks, short of cutting down some of the trees we've got, and I'd rather not bother with that. So we'll dupe them. Doubling will take care of this pretty quickly. Is it possible to have a vinyl generated noise plugin? Yes, I've been recording lots of stuff, and I might even make videos about at some point in future. And that includes vinyl noise recorded in really high resolution and really high quality. So I could, well, I'm making the plugin about it though. I don't know though. Like all I'd really have to do is measure what that is and like write, but I'd have to have a big old data file to do that with. I mean, it's not impossible. This is not impossible. It's possible to do. Oak fence. Oh, menu. A lot of fallen from a high place. Oh, my neck gets sore after enough time. Indeed. Dangerous indeed. Oh, is that being made out of ice? Airwindows, the slickest possible thing. Long as we still have ice left over, that should be fine. There's Sakari. Huh. Well, there's some birch saplings, so I should be able to make my own birch. Like, one of the things I like about living in Vermont is we don't have billboards. Just a thought. That said, it's like churlish to complain. Oh, and it is sleepy time. It could be. And definitely people bug me if it seems like doing the coding streams would be good, because that's certainly still possible. There's nothing stopping us from doing some of those as well. It's maybe a little late in the day, but one thing about it is that it would be a nice change. So I'm putting in some substantial days on the Minecraft this way. And as fine as that is, it's not the only thing I must do. I can do other things too. I probably wouldn't want to be coding for literally 8 hours a day. That would be a little much. But that is still something I can do. I can still do coding streams. It's just been a while. Close enough. Nah, not close enough. Let's try that again. Close enough. That's just annoying. It didn't make a perfect brick, as I'd hoped. That said, I will soon have plenty of birch wood to play with. Airwindows may be your friend, Manu, but Air itself seems to be less of a compatriot. Now, how does that even happen? There we go. Yeah, while my energy was holding out, it was fun doing all that pontificating on AI things, because these are very real questions. There's a lot of stuff going on, and it's worth being able to think about them. Because the trouble with generative AI is it will not, and it most certainly will not have opinions or wishes about any of this stuff. It'll just kind of passively grind out variations on themes. Speaking of variations on themes, let's think of something. Nope, not that one. What are we doing? That's more like it. And that ought to do me. For now. I had something in mind with these. There are going to be supports under here. Will be some visual decoration. Like this. And I didn't make quite enough of them, did I? One short. Ye gods, one short. Thank you. Here we go. So, it looks pretty cool. Now, where would be another good place for something like that? Pillar. Oh, I know. We could make it like we have just a giant support pillar. It shouldn't really intrude with anything like that, so Oh, do we not even make enough of the... Pff, never mind. So much for that. There I was thinking I was going to make a support pillar. Although technically I'm not lacking in... What would it look like, though? Would keep going. Be a very light shade. Not needing that so much. With all my derping around for 7.5 hours today, my brain is shorting out and I am no longer thinking as clearly as I had begun to think. So it goes. Enough with the bricks. Oh, did we literally make all of this with oak wood slabs instead of birch? I don't believe it. Well, if it's oak, it's sturdy, isn't it? That's fine. It goes with the glowstone. I'll build something else with birch. This has not been built with birch. This is where I make a point of not going rah and then pickaxing everything. Oh, craft demands on my roof. I was thinking I think I can think of something. Can you make birchwood trapdoors? Oh, look, there's even more birch. There's glowstone, but I've already placed that. What can I make? Wooden pressure plate. Well, I can make that. Let us, however, see what happens. I know the usual routine. It's just a question of whether that's going to work. We can do a kind of tall table. That does not work all that well, although you get a lovely close-up view of it. We'll use it as a separate color. And I bet this is going to fall. Yep. What have I got for birch half slabs? That's going to be enough. What have we got for more steak and then more birch fence? Okay, that's only 2 of those, but I had some anyway, so that's fine. And I got trees already. Yep, sure. Tree windows. Now, to make something that looks a little bit like a table, only appropriate place for it. Oh, we're still short one? Pff, for heaven's sake. But this big blocky looking table can be jumped on. And it does look like it's a thing. It's just suspended weirdly under here. I want that one more fence gate. This doesn't look nice without it. Yep. Boop. Then, since we also have oak slabs, the oak slabs can go under here. And it's a weird feature, but whatever. Still figuring out what else to do, if anything. I could just continue the design like that. Probably put signs here too. And time to put all of this silliness in here. A couple of fish while we're at it. Because we're getting to be done with the day as the music swells and we enter the last few minutes, as I still haven't done the paintings. Trees in the clouds. So let's see whether there's a convenient way of doing paintings. What do I even need for those? Well, if I know what I need for it, it's not showing me. So we'll figure out. Surely we've got some leather or something. Oh, hey, extra steak. You'd think there'd be leather in here. Oh, there totally is. Cool. Lots of fences that we don't need. Cobblestone wall is a nice block to use for things, but not right now. Have I got sticks on me? Oh, menu. That's a little bit of steak, but not much. I made so much stuff. I think I might have to put it all in the basement. No, not all. Here's some more. All the steak. All the item frame. And what do we need to make it be a painting? There must be something. Canvas, pigment. There's got to be something. We know there must be a way. But I used up literally all of that leather, didn't I? I feel like it might be leather again. I'm not sure. I feel like it might be leather again. Well, although it hardly seems fair, I know I can find cows around here. Or horses. Nope, we're not going to do that. The cow that didn't drop leather. Okay, let's find other cows that might. Don't tempt me. These are not going to drop leather. Tragically amazing horse hiding in a cave. It's cows I'm looking for, not the horses, at least not right now. I'm not that desperate. Wonder if we've got anything new in here. Not so much. Signs are cool. Gotta love signs. It's going to be time for sleeping pretty soon, unless somebody has been getting lively with the time snowballs. He says as somebody gets lively with the time snowballs. Fair enough, that works. Oh, what if I have leather in with bookmaking supplies? Does not. Okay. Made gold ingots. This can go there. That can cook up. No real reason why it shouldn't. Have we got more birch things going on? A birched forest it is. Have we got more cows? Does somebody else have leather? Because I could duplicate it if I do have somebody else with leather. Nope. At which point the question is, so if I snuck in and took their leather but then I duplicated it, does it count as stealing, or is it just Minecraft being Minecraft? Aha. Got there. And I will stop there, rather than hurt any more cows needlessly. We could do with cleaning some of this stuff up, though. Random tree stumps kicking around, and ones that shouldn't really be part of trees that have ceased to be. Ah, can't wait for dinner. Coming quite soon. Now I think that's what it does. However, I should probably find out. I'm making tacos. I'm going to make tacos with soft tortillas instead of the crunchy ones for a change. Item frame. Painting. Wall. I need wall? Wall and sticks, not even item frames. Okay. Twice because I make a breakfast omelet with one egg. Well, I've got wall. Okay, I can make paintings. I didn't realize that I pointlessly made item frames. There's lots of wall. And lots of sticks. Hello, lots of paintings. These chests are getting super cluttered. Put a little more on to cook, and over to the house, and let's get some paintings in here. Did not even need leather. That's how much I know. Okay, but maybe up there. We can make this be a Grateful Dead house and have that picture everywhere. How about that? Oh, interesting. That's kind of cool. Okay, if you put it there, it has to be that, huh? Unless, of course, you've used up the space. And then let's see what would be nice here. Okay, didn't expect that. That's a big painting. That's in the landing. Again, got to tighten it up a little bit by placing other ones. Like so. Well, it's got nice colors, I'll give it that. Maybe we'll put that over here. How about that? I do like this other one though. We don't need that. So yeah, that's okay. I like the colors here. I could simply put up wool to do this part. Oh, I can't get up because the wool's there. That's kind of cool looking. Not having duplicates, thank you. Here we are. So that's a pretty one. Although I do wonder whether having it be down there is actually what I want, or indeed if having two of them flanking the glowstone is what I want. Possibly not. So let's throw this down somewhere else. Two paintings in here, two paintings in here. The very one. And then I got a big old space for something spectacular in here. Don't like the placement. If you go far away to do it, go where nobody is. Oh, Manu, you can't get Anastasia? I would have thought there would be some around, but perhaps not as much as I thought. No, I think this will do. But where did the rest of the paintings go? Down down here? Indeed. Ooh, Craft Team, you have clearly tried the TNT. No question about that. So I know, there they are, there they are. And the rest of the paintings can go down there. Hosa La Jolla. Well, thank you. I'm glad you feel like that. I do my best. I feel like you might as well, you know, if you're going to be talking to people on the internet or whatever, or doing your thing, the way to speak in a way that seems therapeutic is to work on yourself enough. Oh, I like the look of this. This is a nice enough time to enjoy the new place. What you should do with acacia is chop down the trees and let the actual leaves degrade, at which point some of them should drop as saplings. And you say you should be streaming when you have a dinner. I have a dinner in a few minutes. I will hang out until it is 5 my time. I'm on Eastern Standard Time. My energy has kind of run out as far as being very useful for anything. Although apparently I'm still able to speak, and that's nice. The energy level is way down by now, but so it goes. I'll get a decent amount of sleep probably because I won't have been too jacked up on excess amounts of caffeine. I am tempted to find more places for more of, because we can make so many paintings now that I know how. I can have way more paintings than this. You can see what might be good in funny little spots like that. Or that. One thing I will sometimes do, and by sometimes I mean yes, this is something I do, is get chocolate chips. So I'll snack on chocolate, but not in large quantities, small quantities. Also, if I'm not streaming, I will tend to snack more throughout the day because I'm not really a big eating on stream person. Generally not that comfortable with that. Oh, look, they're all a little bit different. I wonder how many of those unique ones are there. Put them on every surface. But yeah, we've got all of the paintings one could possibly want. So we can go from there. Oh, you can even put them on the glass. Look at that. I do. Are you out? That is something I can set you up with forthwith. Half of mine. I'm sure you'll make more soon enough. There you go. You do have arrows, yeah? If you don't, here you go. Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk and have a soothing voice and be therapeutic, work on your own demons, and it comes naturally. That's how that works. I'm like 55 years old, and I have, there's a bunch of, speaking of demons, somebody is trying to get rid of some of their demons, as in monsters. I am liking how many of these there are. Look, we could do a bank of them. Except I am short one, and also I can't do them on they occupy a block, and so you can only use one block. But you can definitely do a feature this way with like matching ones with a little fussing, little work. Yeah, well, yeah, if you think that was deep, John Lennon would have told you the same thing. Lennon said at one point, the way you paint a perfect picture is you make yourself perfect and then paint as comes naturally. Now, the real trick there is perfect isn't necessarily what you want, because perfect is inhuman, and people who are driven to be perfect tend to be pushing too hard, and it's difficult to be around. So good enough is always nice. And on that note, it is after 5 now, so I could go off and have dinner. So maybe that's something I might like to do. You think? It is funny to me that, now that I'm ready to go and have dinner, we've got people kicking around and watching, but it is, in fact, dinner time. So that might be a fine idea for me to do. Yep. And I will even log off here and hope that it's still there when I get back, what with all the pretty paintings and all. As I'm happy with the look of this. This feels nice. It's mighty close to spawn, so I feel that's dangerous, but we'll see. And with that, I will log off for the day. And I'll see you folks in a couple of days, seeing as I'll be doing this again on Thursday. Bye-bye.